Hi everyone, this is Robert and welcome to IDG Live. We've made it to the end of the season. Today I've been doing open Q&As on Thursday, but I thought I'd just make this one, and we all want to talk about what happened in this season of House of the Dragon, so I thought let's just do it. It's an open Q&A about the whole season. I suspect there will be a particular emphasis on what happened in that season finale, but I'm happy to talk about anything you guys want to talk about. The chat is open and free there, and so feel free to drop questions in there. I'll go for as long as I've got the energy to. So feel free to drop as many questions in there. I've obviously got some questions from my patrons as well. I won't do the breakdown of what happened across the season as a whole, but we will take our questions through, and that will, I think, probably cover it all. So let's kick off with a question from one of my patrons. And that is Arasla saying, the writers and showrunners seemed to want to portray Alicent's character and choice in this final or finale in a positive light. But based on the reactions I've seen, it had the opposite effect, with many calling her out for her hypocrisy. She forced Aegon to become king, even though he didn't want it, and helped start this war. And now, after placing him in this position, she is going to betray him to his death to save her own skin, not to mention what her betrayal could mean for the rest of her family, such as Daeron and Egwene, who she would abandon to their fates. So, what do we think about this? So, Alicent's arc this season has been, there's been a lot of big character arcs, it has to be said, this season, but Alicent's arc this season is to take her from a place where she was convinced and that she was in the right to be, that her son Aegon was the person that her husband wanted to be on the Iron Throne, to a position where she now thinks that she's wrong. And she's gone from a position where she was seeking power, she was seeking control over the situation, to a position where she now is not. The key shift, it would appear, was in the penultimate episode. They didn't really explain this, but if you kind of read around what the showrunner and the directors say, that episode where Alicent heads off into the King's Wood. She doesn't know if she wants to go back to King's Landing. She goes, she has a bit of a swim, she lies there, and she is floating. She looks up and she sees, I don't know whether it actually was a falcon or whether it was just a bird, but it makes her think of a falcon. This makes her think of Rhaenyra, and she turns over and starts swimming back to the shore to go back to King's Landing. She realizes that she still has a role. That's what we're told. So that was the kind of the turning point for her. She'd been kicked out from the small council. She'd been basically told, that's it, you no longer have an input. Aemond, her son, is outside of her control. Aegon is clearly not in a position to be ruling. She is not being taken seriously. Everything that she thought she was working for has gone wrong. And so here we have, at the start of episode 8, as I say, well, this is what the showrunners and people say. We'll come on to what we think about it in just one moment. She thinks, okay, how do I make the best of this? What do I do now? And she can see the writing on the wall. Everyone can see the writing on the wall in King's Landing if they're paying even the remotest bit of attention. So her way out of this is to go to Rhaenyra and to try and cut some deal and to say, okay, well, I'll let you in. There doesn't have to be any bloodshed. There doesn't have to be a battle for King's Landing. I will open the gates. I will let you and your guys in. You can take control. And the only thing I ask is that you let me, Helena, and her baby just go. Just let us go. And she also kind of tags on, and if you want to come, you can. Rhaenyra's like, no, I've got things I need to be doing. I've got a role, I've got duties, I've got responsibilities, and also is now in arch pragmatism mode and recognizes the importance of Aegon. As long as Aegon is alive, then people will rally around him in whatever situation and position he is. He has to be dead in order for Rhaenyra to be able to rule in any way, shape, or form without that constant fear of enemies rallying around somebody else. So, uh, Alicent then kind of almost imperceptibly nods her assent to this, um, and walks out. And we get it. There's a fantastic juxtaposition of shots. Actually, the direction. And I'll do this very quickly. Just say the direction I thought in this, and not just in the episode, in the season as a whole, was very, very good. I thought there were a huge number of not just things that looked good, but actually quite thematically well structured shots. And one of the ones that I thought worked particularly well here, I did tweet it out if you want the actual images, is you have Rhaenyra, who is there standing in this massive room, the room in Dragonstone with all the scrolls up on the walls, almost kind of weighed down by the weight of history and her role. And then Alicent goes out and she's there, and the sun is, I think, setting out in the wide world free. And that is where they are wanting us to get to with this. And I think that worked reasonably well. Personally, I wasn't a huge fan of um, the extra meetings between Rhaenyra and Alicent. I think both scenes worked well in and of themselves, but they kind of added to my personal dislike of the amount of times for a city under lockdown that hugely important people just sort of went in or out of the city all the time without anyone seeming to be noticing. So that kind of required a little bit of a suspension of my disbelief. As for whether, as the way you say it, whether she was being hypocritical because she forced Aegon to be king to help start this war, and now she's going to betray him. I mean, this, I think, is actually good direction if they are making us ask these questions. Is this hypocrisy on her part, or is this a character arc taking her to a better place? Is that a good thing that she did? She clearly doesn't want to give up Aegon, but understands that's the price. Now, I think the crucial thing here is that people, some people anyway, I've seen have sort of said, "Oh, she's bargaining for her life and she's willing to give up her son." That I don't think that's what is going on here. I think if she had just wanted to save her life and Helena's life and Hera's life, whatever, she could have got out of the city. She could have got on a boat. She could have got over to Essos. It's very easy to get out of King's Landing these days. Everybody's doing it. So she could have done that, and she didn't. So what she was actually bargaining for, she thinks, is for a peaceful, if not end to the war, then a peaceful transfer of power in King's Landing. So, is that hypocrisy? I tend to the view within show canon, we've got a character arc here which has taken her there. She doesn't like it. I don't think she wants it that way, but she accepts the reality of it. The Mucker asking or saying regarding the Green Man scene, and if you missed this, if you only maybe watched it once, as Alice Rivers is guiding Damon towards the weirwood tree, there's just maybe a second or so when you're looking at it, and then pretty much in silhouette we see this short figure seemingly with horns on their head scuttle away. Now, who is this? Well, almost certainly this is a green man. If you don't know who green men are, that's fine. They weren't really mentioned in the TV shows before. These are the ancient legendary guardians of the Isle of Faces, which is the home of the Weirwood Network. Now, we've not really seen these before because we've not really been to the Isle of Faces before. But Harrenhal is on the edge of the lake, right next that the Isle of Faces is in, the God's Eye Lake. And so if they're going to appear anywhere, it would be there. So, yes, I think this was a green man. I think the horns give that away. Do I think it went into the weirwood tree? Personally, no. I think it just the the Green Man just sort of like scuttled around behind the weirwood tree, hid away, perhaps was going to get into a coracle and sort of paddle their way back. Um, the We don't know enough about the Green Men to say any more details than that. It has to be said. They are their guardians of the island, guardians of the weirwood trees. Can they magically go into the trees? We've not been told that they can, and even if we had, that would be a sort of a legend. So we're not sure. Let's go to a question from Catherine Furseth. Helena's talk with Aemond was great. Do you think that her prophecies about his future will affect his actions going forward? Does he believe her, as we have speculated him to have noticed her prophecies before? And will he now act to avoid her words coming true? It was quite chilling listening to her, even for the viewer, so it must have scared him too. Yeah, this is an interesting one. So it was quite a short chat between the two of them. And I took a couple of conclusions from this. The first one is that he did believe her. Is that there's nothing there where she sort of says, "I saw you kill or try to kill Aegon," basically, and he sort of says, "That's treasonous language." He doesn't say, "Well, how could you? You weren't there. You were here. That happened a long, long way away. There's no way that you could." He didn't go down that route at all. He just kind of accepted the fact that she could have seen that, and I think that tells us that he does, if not 100% believe her, then he is taking what she says seriously. And when she says stuff, he says, "I could kill you," and she says, "It doesn't make any difference. You're gonna die, drowned in the God's Eye Lake." He just goes. It's not like, "What on earth are you talking about? I don't believe you. You're talking nonsense again." He does seem to accept it. If not believe it 100%, then certainly take it as something that she believes and something that he should take seriously. Now, do we think that he is going to do anything to try and avoid his fate? Well, assuming they stick with the books, and I should give spoiler warnings again. So I normally do this right at the top, but the spoiler warning on this channel is pretty much always the same. Book spoilers are absolutely fine. The books have been out for a while. I will say stuff that happens in the books in the future. Show spoilers are not okay. But now we're at the end of the season. We can happily talk about what's happened in the season. There's no spoilers there at all. So I will talk about what is in Aemon's future in the books, which may or may not be exactly what happened or happens in the show. I suspect it will be pretty close, but not exactly. Now, one thing which is quite intriguing is how, in the book, is how Aemond spends a huge amount of time wanting to face down Daemon. He wants to take on Daemon. And then when Daemon eventually says, "All right, let's do this. We're going to do this," he flies to Harrenhal, and Aemond takes an age to turn up. 13, I think it's 13 days to turn up. It's almost as if Aemond's like, "I didn't want to face him here." And so I think that's the kind of thing that the show will very clearly want to go. So Aemond, he knows, or he's been told, that he's going to die there. Now he's going to be facing Daemon there. I think that's kind of a dramatic line that they will not be able to resist taking. Aemond hesitating to face the foe that he wants to face because he's been told that he's going to die at that place. Weirwood Net saying, when in doubt, we had a young Bloodraven. Yeah, absolutely. I will talk about Bloodraven a lot. Do not worry about that. We've got various questions on him coming up. But yes, this was a glorious moment for anybody who's been on this channel for a while. Will know I'm a bit of a Bloodraven fan, but I wouldn't say fanboy. I think he's a fascinating character. But to have him appear here in Damon's Weirwood vision, I thought was brilliant. So yeah, very, very happy about that. And the clear implication is that he is in some way manipulating events behind the scenes, as we know that he does. Let's go to Catherine Furseth. Saying, can you please go through Damon's Weirwood division step by step and give us your uninhibited interpretation? Well, uninhibited, I don't know, but I'm very happy to give you my thoughts on it. For most of us book readers, I think the shock of getting to see Bloodraven will take time to get over. Yes, absolutely. So, Damon gets taken over to the Weirwood tree. Alice says, you weren't ready before. You are ready now. He says, aren't you going to scoff? There's magic here. Aren't you going to scoff? And he's like, no, I'm not minded to scoff. He realizes that magic-y stuff is, if not real, then has a certain clear impact. And he's happy. He kind of owes her one, because he asked her help, if you remember. He broke down and said, okay, can you help me? I can't get these River Lords on side. And she basically said, give me 3 days. At the end of which we get poor old Grover Tully eventually died, and Oscar Tully took over, and that cleared the logjam, and Damon could get his army. So he does kind of owe her one. He has kind of seen that magical stuff is there and is real to a certain degree. And he goes and puts his hand on the Weirwood. And if you missed it, this is just an Easter egg, but they made the face on that Weirwood tree. That was George R.R. Martin's face. So nice little Easter egg. It doesn't mean anything in particular other than the fact it's a fun thing. So he has this Weirwood vision. The feel is very much like Bran. This is how they're kind of presenting it, very much like Bran's Weirwood visions. He goes through the Weirwood tree. It just gives him this succession of these kind of images, moments from the future. Bran, however, was going back into the past. He's kind of looking more into the future. So what does he see? Well, first up, he sees Bloodraven. Now, Bloodraven, if you're a show-only person, he's the tree wizard that trains up Bran in the north. But he is so much more than that. He is this huge figure in Targaryen history. He's not going to be born for about half a century. But he is magical. He was a Hand of the King for a very long time, a very influential one. And he's magical not just in kind of Targaryen-y magic, but also he was a Greenseer as well. So he kind of mixed up Targaryen-y magic with other magic, as far as we can tell, and Greenseer magic. He seems to have been able to warg into animals. He obviously later on in life, he got hooked up to the Weirwood network. He's, as far as we can tell in the books, in the Song of Ice and Fire, he is manipulating a huge amount of what happens, particularly in the north, particularly with Jon Snow and Bran. He's manipulating a lot of what is going on there in the story. Now, the Weirwoods, we know, for them, time does not pass like it does for us. For them, each moment in time is just like almost coexisting. So if you tap into the Weirwood network, you can see out through the Weirwood trees and eventually even beyond into the past. So what we've got here is Greenwood sat in the Weirwood tree, And it doesn't matter that he's not been born for 50 years, because he could be looking back into the past. And through the past, he could potentially, this is still not 100% clear, but he could be manipulating events in the past from the future. So this is massive. This is putting a face to the Weirwood network as much as anything else. And it is also joining things up from a show perspective with Game of Thrones, the original show. So we get Bloodraven. After we get Bloodraven, we get a shot of the White Walkers. Now, basically, this is again the show trying to hook this into Aegon's original dream, Aegon's prophecy that becomes the Song of Ice and Fire. We get, so for all of this, what they want us to take, or what they want us to understand that Daemon took from this, he summarizes when he talks to Rhaenyra, and he's basically saying, there's a great threat from the north, winter is coming, etc., etc. And so he saw the White Walkers coming. So he has seen this great threat. He has understood this in the same way or a similar way to Aegon the Conqueror when he understood it. But then what do we see? We see a dead dragon. It looked like Caraxes to me. And then we see Daemon drowning. So this is his death. Well, he's already been told about his death. You will die here. This is the first thing that Alice Rivers says to him. You will die here. So again, he's told about his death. He was prepared for this by being told, you're not in charge of your own fate. It's already decided for you. There's nothing you can really do about this, but you have a role to play. So then we have what is this role to play? And I suspect that this will get added to his role to play is also connected in with Aemond, but we weren't shown that this time. So we get the Red Comet. The Red Comet is, you'll remember it from Game of Thrones, this was interpreted as being the herald of many different things. Well, one of my favorite little Easter eggs from the end of a Game of Thrones and the beginning of A Clash of Kings is the fact that there, and particularly the beginning of Clash of Kings, there's, I think, 7, maybe 8 chapters in a row where the Red Comet, a character in those chapters, look up and see the Red Comet, and they say a completely different thing about what it heralds. You will get the Red Priest idea. This is heralding Azor Ahai reborn. You will get the old man kind of idea. Smells of dragons. You'll get the Faith of the Seven kind of idea. There's lots of different interpretations of what that means, but we see it most connected with Dany and the hatching of her dragon eggs. And lo and behold, we get to see Dany and her three dragon eggs, and Dany with her newly hatched dragons. I've got a question about exactly what Daemon thinks about that in just one moment, but he doesn't see Dany's face, so he doesn't know. It's clear he doesn't know who exactly that is. It's clearly a Targaryen. It's clearly 3 newborn dragons, and he sees that as hope. That's the interpretation we're given, that he sees that as a hope for the future. And the way that we get to this hope, apparently, is through Rhaenyra. And he takes so we see Rhaenyra on the throne. Incidentally, on her crown, reflected, we see fire, which is symbolic, but also one of, book spoilers, one of the many times when we seem to be having Rhaenyra's fate foreshadowed. There was that great scene in season 1, you may remember, when she and Daemon go down into King's Landing, into Flea Bottom, and this person says, "Do you want to know your fate, dearie?" And she's like that, and then there's this like dragon breathing fire, and it's like, oh, okay, so that's your fate. So there's a bit of foreshadowing going on there, but Daemon takes from this that his role is to put Rhaenyra onto the Iron Throne. And then, of course, we get Helena saying, "It's all a story. Now you know your part." So, what we're supposed to take from this is that what Damon took from it was he saw the vision of the bad things that would happen if he does not play his part. He's seen the threat that Aegon saw all that time ago. He accepts that he has a role within this, and his role is to put Rhaenyra onto the throne. So that is where we're supposed to take this. For me, I'm far more obsessed by Bloodraven appearing there than some of the rest of it. Although I did kind of mention this, I'd love if people want to have a slightly more philosophical debate here. I did mention briefly in my breakdown video about how this does create a slightly more deterministic world than we have seen from George R. R. Martin's novels. The question, in as much as there's nothing you can do, the future is preordained, all you have to do is play a part, you've been believed all your life that you're a player of this game, you're in charge of your own destiny. That's not true. You're just a pawn being moved around by somebody else. That is as I say, that's very different from the kind of the feel that we often get from George R. R. Martin's stories. But this is just what is presented to Damon. And there is this other layer to that, is that you have a role to play. If you don't, bad things will happen. If you do, good things will happen. So it's not 100% clear. One of many things from this that I think we just got an inkling of something, and it does need to be unpacked a whole lot more for us to understand exactly what they were doing there. Jack Jackson 3, thank you very much. I didn't see a question attached to that super chat, or two of them. Put that into the chat, and if you've got a question attached to that, then I'm sure one of the moderators will pick that up for you. Marvin Martin saying, I have future vision of cancelled Jon Snow spin-off. In now thawed north, Jon finds the door called the Writer's Block, and George R. R. Martin is holding the door. Love it. I mean, this does perhaps a tangent here. This does also spark another question that, it has to be said, Ryan Condal has addressed in his sort of comments after the finale, which is Dany here is being presented as the Hope, which is really intriguing, because this is all show canon here. We're not talking necessarily about the books, but she is being presented as the Hope. So she is, one assumes the implication here, she is the prince that was promised. She is the Targaryen who must sit on the Iron Throne, unite the Seven Kingdoms, and lead the peoples of the Seven Kingdoms against the great threat of the others. That's the implication. But we have to say, in show canon, that doesn't seem to really be what happened, because he never really sat on the Iron Throne or ruled the Seven Kingdoms. Yes, she went north to be facing the army of the dead and the White Walkers, but when it came to the climactic battle, her dragon's fire had zero impact on the Night King. She was grounded and nowhere to be seen when there was the final confrontation, and it was obviously Arya and being directed in many ways by Bran. So how does that make her the prince that was promised in the show canon? And what implications does this have for book canon? Because book canon, it seems very clear that Bloodraven seems to be picking Jon for taking on this role. There's a lot of questions going on here. As I say, Ryan Condal did start to address some of this. He's just sort of saying this is a kind of a version of the future. We're not necessarily saying this is what's going to happen in the books. This is George R. R. Martin. He's got to finish them himself. So he said all the right things here, but it leaves a huge amount of questions if they are trying to keep this show universe cohesive. What is this trying to tell us about what role Dany has? They've they've mentioned her a few times. Are they saying actually this was all about Dany after all? This wasn't about Jon Snow? I don't know. It's an interesting set of questions. Let's go to Mara Lee. Hi there, Mara. Great to see you. Saying just a show of love and support. You're the best. Love and hugs for Dan the dog. Well, thank you very much indeed. I hugely appreciate that. And Mara Lee also saying for the mods and the lovely folks in the chat. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's do a quick bit of mod love. If you're here watching live, the moderators do a fantastic job. Can you just show them you appreciate it? I would hugely appreciate it. I'll give them another shout out later, but can never go too early with the moderator love. Courtney L. Conover saying, I don't see that as the implication. I saw it as she was the final boss, basically, the last person to beat for peace in the realm. Oh, so you saw it as this is interesting. So you saw the vision of Daenerys was if you wish to have peace in the realm, you have to get rid of Daenerys as well as the White Walkers. Okay, that's an interesting different take on it. My reading of what Ryan Condal has said is that that's not what Daemon took from it. Regardless of what we take from it, that's not what Daemon saw Dany there with the newly hatched dragons, and I wish I had the exact quote in front of me, but he said, and he saw hope in the future. So regardless of what we might think of when we think of the role that Dany played in the end of Game of Thrones as a TV show, here Daemon apparently sees this as hope. Now, Ryan Condal did also, I may have another question on this, in which case I'm treading on his toes, but we'll come back to that. Ryan Condal did say maybe he even thought this could be a future daughter of his and Rhaenyra's. It's because he doesn't know exactly who it is, which I thought was an interesting idea. This is something that, again, a long-standing kind of fan theory out there is that a lot of the Targaryens actually see Daenerys in kind of dragon dreams in some way, but they don't know who she is, and they make their own interpretations of who she is, which impacts them. So, for example, and probably the best known example of this is in the House of the Undying. Dany is there, and she sees a vision. She sees a vision of Rhaegar, who she thinks looks a bit like Viserys, but then realizes actually it's not. This is someone else. So she kind of realizes this is Rhaegar, and Rhaegar is talking about his son is the prince that was promised, and his is the Song of Ice and Fire. And then he kind of gazes, and Dany thinks that he looks at her, and then he says, there must be one more. The dragon must have three heads. And one interpretation we've had from that within the fandom, which I really like, I have to say, is this idea that as well as Dany being able to see him, he can see her. And he doesn't know who she is, but he sees a fully grown Targaryen. And he's got his two Targaryen children. And when he says there must be a third, he's thinking, I need another child, because the dragon must have three heads. And he sees her and he thinks, well, maybe this is the third child, the Visenya that I want. I've already got Rhaenys, I've already got Aegon, I need the Visenya. So it's a long-standing fan theory that perhaps a lot of Targaryens have seen Dany, and so Daemon is just one of added to that number. Let's go to Catherine Furseth saying, does anyone in the House of the Dragon timeline actually use the dragon must have three heads, and when was it used? In the House of the Dragon timeline, I mean, I'm not on the show. I don't think anyone's said that particular line. I'm very happy to be contradicted on this one. In let's hang on. I love doing just a little bit of the a bit of research live here while we've got this going on. So I've just literally searched for three heads when I'm going through in Fire and Blood. Um, so it's used a lot, obviously, about Rhaegar and his sister wives. And a couple of other small references, and no, nobody during that period in the book talks about the dragon. Literally, that the dragon must have three heads. Erin Son X, thank you very much for confirming that. No one on the show has said it. Question from For My Peoples saying, I loved Helena showing up in Damon's vision. It holds up my belief that magic is like a freeway and the various types of magic are on ramps. Yeah, it's an interesting one. There are lots of interpretations about how magic works in George R. R. Martin's world, and there are lots of people who say this is just one magic system and lots of different interpretations of it, and as you say, lots of different on ramps onto it. Others say no, they are very clear. We've got water magic, we've got ice magic, we've got fire magic. These are all different kinds of things. My instinct, well, firstly, the boring instinct is that George R. R. Martin likes and has said several times he likes magic to be mysterious, so he's never going to give us an actual answer on this one. He doesn't want us to be able to write down, here's how magic works. This is the theory of magic. This is the practicalities of how magic. He's not going to do that. He's not going to go down the kind of, if you read any of his stuff, Brandon Sanderson kind of route where magic is explainable. He thinks that robs it of its mystery. So he never wants to go down that route. So we're not going to be told. My best feeling is that probably magic is in this world is in some way all connected, but yes, there are different, as you say, different on ramps, so people can access it in slightly different ways and do it in slightly different ways as well. So the magic, it's not just like here's a pool of magic, everybody can do the same things, but they can access it in different ways. It's magic exists, and the ways in which you can in only one way, but the ways in which you can do that magic vary hugely. That's my kind of take on it. Courtney L. Conover saying on Helena, it showed how powerful she is to be able to not trance out when entering either. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have to say that was the bit that threw me the most. In I could happily take the vision, Damon's vision, as I happily take. I was very happy with some elements of it. But then when Helena appeared, it was like, what, how, what? And so there's a possibility still, the way they cut it. I went back and did look again. There is a possibility that it looks like she's talking to him. He sees her and she's talking to him. It's possible that they just cut it to make it look that way, and actually she was just kind of having a vision of him while he was having that vision, and the two weren't connected. I don't know, but I think the clear implications that they were, and she was in some way accessing his weirwood vision, which, as I say, does make her, as you say, does make her very powerful. Username redacted. Do you, like me, wish that Sir Alfred's suggestion to Daemon of him becoming the king was actually on behalf of Rhaenyra, tricking him to confess so that Alfred comes off as loyal to win favour from his queen? So do I wish that Sir Alfred's suggestion came from Rhaenyra trying to trick him? I don't know if I do. I think so Alfred Broom has been set up as this a character who doesn't really yes, he swore to Rhaenyra, but he doesn't really stand by her. And I think where his arc is going to go in the future does in the books, book spoilers, in the books, he does betray Rhaenyra to Aegon, basically. And this, having been left behind at Dragonstone when most of Team Black is encamped over in King's Landing. So if this was him being there, being vaguely loyal on behalf of Rhaenyra, then that next bit of his character doesn't quite work. Him not really believing and trusting in Rhaenyra, and then going and talking traitorously to Daemon, and Daemon just ignores him, does lead up to that possible second thing. So Rhaenyra quite easily now could say, I don't want you. You stay on Dragonstone. I don't want you in my team here. King's Landing's the new base, and that kind of works out. And he's then grumpy, not just with Rhaenyra, but also with Daemon. Um, Oh, so people pointing out, yes, the dragon has three heads is in the song. Of course it is. Yes. So um, the song that Damon sung to Vermithor in season one, and also we had the cover version by the Dragon Keepers in season two. That does include the line, "The dragon must have three heads," which we kind of interpreted at the time as being not just a pretty saying, but this is preparing the dragon for a new rider. So we've got the dragon, and you can dig into the lyrics. I did a video on that actually ages ago, but you can dig into the lyrics to try and unpack why this might be. But that you've got the dragon, you've got the new rider, and you've also got this person who's acting as the kind of the interlocutor, the priests, as it were. So the Dragon Keepers took on that role when we had Stefan Darklin, and then we had Daemon, who was taking on that role with Vermithor. He didn't know who the new rider was, but he was just kind of warming Vermithor up to this idea. So three heads, three parties in this arrangement: the dragon, the new dragon rider, and the priest person, who is symbolically related all the way back to the original sacrifices that were made in order to make the dragon bonding between Targaryens/Valyrians and dragons work. Got a question. Constantine Tranos saying the Weirwood Network whispered to Alfred, "Traitor," foreshadowing. Yes, absolutely. But also just at the time, what was going on. He was saying traitorous things at that time as well. Brasla, the inclusion of the Fire and Ice prophecy is a great addition to the book lore, but the show relying so heavily on it seems a mistake, since season 8 dropped the ball here. The realm is not united under a Targaryen ruler, and it's really only the North and the Vale out of the Seven Kingdoms who fight the White Walkers, making the prophecy false, at least in show canon. Should the show focus so much on the prophecy, considering fans know it doesn't really come to fruition? Or is it okay, since it's only important that the characters believe that it will? So I think that's as you said, that's the important point, is the characters here believe in it. And it keeps at the forefront of everyone's minds this idea that there is a threat. And you can see, I talked about this, the long-standing fan theory. I mean, it's not an overwhelming fan theory, but some people have had this thought for a long time, that all of this is being manipulated by the Weirwood Network, and if you want to, by Bloodraven. That they see that the others, what can defeat the others? Well, it's got to be dragons. We need dragons. And so it is them behind this vision, and them ensuring that the Targaryens keep going with it. And what we saw in the show here ties in completely with this, is that we get Daemon here, who he doesn't necessarily believe it, but he has to play his role. Now, one thing that's quite intriguing in all of this, and I don't know whether they're going to go down this route because but there's lots of asterisks here. But we have asked a lot of times, when did the Targaryens lose this? Or how did it pass down? Rhaenyra, as far as we were aware at the beginning of the season, the only person in the entire world who knew about Aegon's prophecy was Rhaenyra. Eventually, she passed it on to Jace, but we know, spoilers, we know that Jace will die relatively swiftly, and Rhaenyra, and then Jace's successors as her first in line to the throne after her also die in quick succession, meaning that um, when she is killed, then the only heir that she's got there is her son Aegon, who we know grows up hating dragons, and he um, he was very young at the time and wasn't the heir for very long. And so the question is, what if she dies having not passed it on to him, or he didn't understand it? How does that work? Now this opens up another avenue in that Daemon, we're not shown everything that Daemon sees, but he's heard a bit from Rhaenyra. Remember that scene? We remember it from this was the choking scene when he just got very angry with her because he realized that Viserys hadn't passed this on to him. But he's aware of the fact that there is a prophecy. Now he's seen this prophecy. He could now pass this down to someone else. Probably not Aegon or Viserys, his two children with Rhaena. But if they are, and I'm not going to go there just yet, but if they are going to replace Nettles with Rhaena, that means that he is going to spend a lot of time with Rhaena. Some point, probably the second half of next season. He could pass that on. She survives the war, and then she could start telling the Targaryens again, so this is not lost. So there is now a potential new route for how the prophecy does not get lost. Land of Always Winter saying, can we make an educated guess about who may be holding Otto? Who would have the means and motivation? I would love to hear your analysis. Well, I have got a question on this, so I'll answer this one now, and I'll wrap up my answer to what I was going to say into here. So, the question I had from one of my patrons was wondering whether this might have been Laris. My instinct is no. Who would you? Why would he want to? There's a lack of kind of motivation there. He's gone. He's left King's. At this point, he's left King's Landing. He is not a point of influence anymore. And Laris is all about how can he have influence over the most important person that he can get close to within King's Landing. So that the motivation for Laris seems limited. What we saw from Otto was he says, right, I'm going. I'm leaving. I'm heading down to the Reach now. And he has that conversation with Alicent, and she's there going, what, are you going to Old Town? And it's like, well, they're probably not direct there. Could go to Highgarden, because, we need to make sure that the Tyrells are on board. Then we've had a couple of mentions of problems with the Beesbury's. Now, the Beesbury's there are a lot of houses down in the Reach which have actually got reasonable sized armies, and the Beesbury's, you may remember, they had a lord who was in the Green Council, Lord Beesbury, and he was killed straight away. He was the first victim of the Dance of the Dragons. Christian Cole just smashed his head down. If you remember, he was trying to get up. Christian Cole smashed him down. He died. And so the Beesburys will hate what's going on here. And if Otto, who was Hand of the King at the time, they will hold a lot responsible for this. So If he comes down, and it's been a while because we've heard for the last 2, 3 episodes, whatever, he's not been writing. What's going on? So he has been captured by someone down there in the Reach. My best guess is that this is the Beesbury's, and that we will get this. His role in season 2 is to be our eyes and ears down in the Reach. We've got this Hightower army being led by Darren on Tessarion, his dragon, but we've never met them. So they will want to have an actor that we know down as part of. They want to show this army. They will want an actor that we know. Kind of heading it up. So I think that's what's going to happen with Otto. I suspect he will get freed. One of the first cool things we'll see Darren do, we have to believe that this army is actually quite a threat. So taking on the Beesbury's, freeing Otto would help that idea. Question from Ardez, what is the significance of Maraxi's skull that is shown in the background in many conversations? The dead dragon in Damon's dream seems to have the bone around the eye missing, just like Maraxi's. Okay, so the skull first. This is, or who is Meraxes first? Let's go with that. So the original Aegon the Conqueror's two sister wives, Rhaenys, one of his sister wives, rode Meraxes, old powerful dragon, and she was killed. Rhaenys and Meraxes shot down in the skies over the Hellholt in Dawn. Now, this was when Aegon was trying to subdue Dawn. Eventually, he gave up for long, complicated reasons. He gave up that attempt to unify the Seven Kingdoms, which was what he felt he had to do according to the prophecy. But he, the peace offer from the Dornish included them bringing the dragon skull, Meraxes' dragon skull, back up to King's Landing. So it got returned to the Targaryens. And this now appears to be in pride of place in Dragonstone. Why have they got it there? This is before the dragon's skulls are in the keep in King's Landing, in the throne room at King's Landing. We've not seen them there. If you have a look at it, I've heard some people speculate that maybe Rhaenyra may be the person to put them up there in the Great Hall, because she's now verging, not there yet, I don't think, but verging on this idea of the dragons being gods. We've heard the dragons being gods mentioned a few different times, and so it would be fitting for her to have these dragon skulls there. Meraxes did have a symbolic role. We saw it in the background as Rhaenys that we know from here, from House of the Dragon, was flying off to Battle of Rook's Rest, where she is going to be killed and fly down and fall on a castle in the same way that Meraxes and Rhaenys in the olden days were shot down and fell down on a castle. So the echoing that they were wanting to show there, I think, was reasonably clear. When you say the dead dragon in Damon's dream seems to have the bone around the eye missing, just like Meraxes, I don't. I think I'd have to go and have a look at that again before commenting on that one. I didn't sort of spot that. My working assumption is that is Caraxes, not Meraxes. But again, you get there's the linguistic echo going on there. Zetsumai09 saying, after Blood and Cheese, Ryan Condal said Helena's son Maelor doesn't yet exist in this timeline. How will he be born now, given Aegon's condition? Yeah, does it make sense for her to be pregnant before Rook's Rest? Well, yeah, so this is a thing. So Maelor is, in the books, Maelor is the third child of Aegon and Helena. Now, In the books, when we got Blood and Cheese, what happened was it was even more psychologically traumatic in that Blood and Cheese made Helena choose between her two sons, and she had to choose Maelor, and because she couldn't, the heir to the throne, she couldn't say kill this one, so she has to point to Maelor and say you have to kill this one instead, and they go ha 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 ha, your mother wants you dead to Maelor, and then killed Jaehaerys, and it was all incredibly traumatic, and so Maelor was going around very young child, but with this knowledge that his mother had said, yeah, said this one is dispensable, kill that one. So there's that Maelor was excluded from that, and lots of people, myself included, felt that the Blood and Cheese that we saw on screen therefore didn't quite have the same psychological impact as it did in the book. George R. R. Martin, in one of a few slightly, I wouldn't say that he's come down against the show, but in any way, shape, or form, he's certainly praised quite a few elements of the show. But there are a few things that he seems less than happy about. He sort of referred to Maelor the Missing. He says, I have much I could say, but now is not the time about Blood and Cheese and Maelor the Missing. So he certainly thought that Maelor should be around. Now, Maelor does play one more role, which you in the story, which you could just leave out if you wanted to. It doesn't impact on the wider outcome of the war in any way, shape, or form. But it is pretty gruesome, and that it obviously requires Maelor to be around. Now, I had speculated after episode one that, well, maybe, as Ryan Condal had said, Maelor does not exist yet in this timeline. Maybe this means that he was going to appear later in the season. Maybe we would get Helena announce that actually she was pregnant. And the timelines would have been pretty tight, it has to be said. But she could have announced that she was pregnant and then given birth just before the fall of King's Landing, say. Now, as the season progressed, I became less and less convinced that was a possibility for obvious reasons. And now we've got to the end of the season and she doesn't look particularly pregnant. She hasn't mentioned anything. So I think we have to work under the assumption that Maelor just does not exist. Not just yet in this timeline, but is not going to happen because they could do the story without talking about Maelor, and they have thus far, and there's no real option for Maelor to be included. Does it make sense for her to be pregnant before Rook's Rest? It did make sense. I don't think now it will. I'm a bit disappointed, but this is one of those things where I go, yeah, I can understand it. I think it's made the show worse by excluding that character, but I understand why they did that. Brimpy Spingle saying, my first instinct was Otto was captured by Laris as a contingency plan. It looks like something he'd do to keep his options open. Yeah, possibly. I don't think that he would let it be known that it was him. So I'm not, when I say my personal guess is House Beesbury, I'm not 100% saying that has to be the case. It could be Laris, as you say, as a contingency, but we'd need to have a lot more explanation of that. Jack Jackson 3 saying Rhaenys, isn't she amazing? And her dragon. Yeah, I would agree. One of, I think, the outstanding performances, but also kind of storylines, I think, was Rhaenys, and kind of the looks that she gave when it was like, oh, here's me. I think I've defeated one dragon, but there's one more to go. Okay, I'll go back in. Those looks that she gave, I just thought Eve Best, I thought, did a fantastic job there. Okay, let's go to Um, mm, mm, mm. Mike Hanna. Eamon's motivations, his true goals, Damon with Alice Rivers, not Eamon, Nettles and Rhaena's story being consolidated are all major parts in Fire and Blood that have been changed in season 2. I would love to hear your thoughts on the changes and where you think they will take these storylines. And on a fun note, please don't crush my dreams, but do you think these changes leave room for Adam and Darren to survive without their dragons? They're my favourites. Well, I mean, I won't crush your dreams, so I will not comment on that other than to say uh, at the end of the Dance of the Dragons, we should pretty much have no dragons. There are 3, 4 of them out and about, only one of which is in Targaryen control. The others are not. So none of the dragon riders probably should be surviving. 444 connected to this was what disappointed me most was the Vale storyline. Rhaena and Jane actresses weren't getting much from the screenwriters to build their characters. Don't like Rhaena's cliffhanger confrontation with Sheepstealer. I still have some hope for a Nettles appearance because there was only one sheep that we've seen eaten by Sheepstealer, could have been left by someone. And yeah, in terms of dragon bonding on the show, they think you could either have one from a hatchling or being related by blood, which is an interesting point. They certainly did seem to emphasize, to a previous rider of the dragon, they certainly seem to emphasize that. So let's go to, I mean, just to pick up on a couple of the points here before we'll talk about Rhaena and Sheepstealer and Nettles. A couple of the smaller points you made up there, talking about Damon spending time with Alice Rivers, not Aemond. I don't think, personally, I don't think that is a huge digression from the book. We're not told what happened with Damon, other than a throwaway line that Damon appears to have been unaffected by her charms and her sorceress spells or something like that while he was there. Now, that could cover up a whole lot of things. This is an in-world history book written by somebody who's not really in favor of magic. So if Damon didn't admit to anything that happened there, if all of House Strong were killed, then you could see how the two could match up. It doesn't necessarily create a contradiction, and we may have, and we almost certainly will have, Aemond and Alice Rivers connection kicking in next season. As for Rhaena, though, now I'm with you for 144 in saying that I'm not yet. I'm sure this is wishful thinking. I'm not yet 100% certain that Nettles won't appear. I'm 96, 7% certain, but I'm not 100% certain because they've left us the possibility that she won't. That when she finds Sheepstealer, she finds that there's somebody there feeding her. That we haven't ruled out that possibility yet. So it's entirely possible that she arrives and finds, oh no, I got beaten to it by someone. So I'm not going to say it's definitely not going to happen, but it's probably not going to happen. I would, just as sort of there's a little bit of evidence to suggest that that Rhaena is going to take the role of Nettles. If you looked at her in those last scenes in the last episode, she was becoming less and less like a member of the extended Targaryen household, a member of the 1%. She was getting dirtier. She was getting more unkempt looking and closer to the physical description we have of Nettles. The physical description we have of Nettles is something along the lines of a small, dirty brown girl. Now, that feels like where they're taking Rhaena at the moment. So if I were to put up what I think the in-story cues that they're giving us. This isn't me saying this is exactly what's going to happen, but this feels like the route that at the moment they're taking it is that she takes on the Nettles role of providing sheep, taming a dragon, and in so doing, she's out in the wilds. She takes on and gets this kind of unkempt appearance. Maybe the mountain clans see her. Maybe, I don't know, she starts tying nettles in her hair or something along those lines. She gets nicknamed Nettles. Then, some point in season three, let's say halfway through season three, we get the message comes to Rhaenyra. There's a dragon in the Vale who has a rider. We don't know who the rider is, or we know that this is somebody that apparently is called Nettles. And she sends Daemon away. Daemon arrives there and discovers actually this is his daughter. And she's been, I don't know whether she goes like feral in the way we often talk about someone like Rickon going feral over on Skagos, but she is clearly there alone and in need of love, and he is convicted by, if you remember, one of the parts of his vision was his wife Lena, his ex-wife Lena, who says, have you been looking after our girls? And the answer is no. And then suddenly he gets this opportunity to look after one of his girls. And so he stays. He doesn't just come reporting back to Rhaenyra. He stays. He feels convicted that that's what he has to do. And Mysaria, who at this point seems to be increasingly the only voice that Rhaenyra is listening to, becomes convinced that not only the dragon seeds are against Rhaenyra and can't be trusted, but anyone flying a dragon who is not her cannot be trusted. So that's how we get this kind of arc that we see in the book. Now, as I said, I'm not saying that's definitely going to happen, but that seems to be the way that the character arcs seem to be going with this. Now, what does all that mean? The big thing, and I can't remember who it was who was saying it. Someone did. Apologies for forgetting who you were. Is the implications we've got here for beyond the Dance of the Dragons? What are the implications that we've got for the period of the Regency? Because Rhaenyra has a role, quite a big role in the Regency. In particular, she has control of the only Targaryen dragon left, basically, called Morning, a freshly hatched dragon. Now, if they carried on down this route, if they wanted to do the Regency, then they would either have to have somebody else with a new dragon called Morning, or they'd have to take Rhaenyra and say, okay, so your Nettles storyline doesn't end with you disappearing off into the Vale. Actually, you can come and fly that back and rejoin polite society here in King's Landing, and you can tell everybody this dragon is called Morning. Either way, this is quite a big change. So I think that one conclusion I would draw is that if they are going down this route, which it looks likely, but not 100% yet likely that they are, that means I think that they're not thinking huge amounts about the knock-on implications for what happens in the Regency. And we still had at the back of our minds, maybe they might want to do a Regency season after they finish doing this. And I think my instinct is now they're not going to do that. They will probably go off and do Aegon's Conquest or something like that. Let's go to... I think I did have. Jack Jackson 3. I gifted 1 live membership or to that Alf that Alf Torren. Thank you so much. I love it when people do things like that. That's very kind. Yeah, if you do, I mean, becoming a member here, the best way to support this channel, if you wish to do so, is through Patreon. So thank you, patrons. That's why I prioritise your questions. I hugely appreciate it. If for whatever reason you don't want to go through Patreon, then you can become a channel member on here. And thank you as well, channel members. And I think that's me caught up in the chat. Let's go to Lady Vaughan Strauss saying, "Hi, Robert. I hope all is well." It is. Thank you. I really enjoyed how Oscar Tully was portrayed by Archie Barnes. It gives the chance to see how characters like Jon Snow and Robb Stark might have looked if they had been cast closer to book age. It seems like it would be intimidating as both an actor and as a leader of armies to be that young and inexperienced while commanding so many veterans, actors, and characters alike. What's your take on his portrayal? Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think he did a really good job. As an actor, the character seems to have been a merge of, and if you've not come across this from George R. Martin before, be ready for the names. Oscar appears to be merged with Kermit and Elmo, so he sometimes has a bit of fun with names, and I suspect he didn't think that those names, when he invented them, were going to be part of a massive TV show. So I completely understand the TV show kind of getting rid of Kermit, saying let's forget that one. We'll just merge everything into Oscar. But yeah, the point here about in Game of Thrones, they sort of aged up the characters a little bit. It has to be said. When they started, they were so Dany was 13 when she starts in book one, and we're getting characters like Rob and John, who are, by the time we meet them, they're about 15. So they're not the fully formed young men that we see on the TV show. And so what we see from Oscar Tully, I think, is quite interesting because it shows somebody who can just immediately take what he has already, which is a degree of authority by his name and his inheritance, and use his natural abilities to win people over. So I think we're supposed to see that happen with Rob in particular to start with. Rob, we don't ever get POV chapters from Rob, which is a shame, but we do see sometimes, particularly through Bran and Cat, we see his more vulnerable side inside. But one after another, he wins over those otherwise intransable northern lords, and he seems to do a good job, and despite his youth. So yes, I get this. One thing to be aware of is that there is, later on in the dance, Oscar will form part of what is known as the lads, who are known for being young leaders, but they're people rally around them because of this. They kind of get this branding of being the lads. Kelly Summers, why would Rhaenyra trust Ray Nettles and mistrust Ray Nettles and Daemon? Well, if this is going back to what I was talking about just a moment ago, so if she has said to Daemon, and she's already given him, they've set this up. They said, never leave me again. If you ever leave me again. So we've set up this idea of him. If he leaves her, then he's in trouble. Now, if he goes out on a mission from her, and the mission was to find out what's going on and then come back, and he doesn't come back, but instead he seems to be really chummy with this new dragon rider, and he's not responding to efforts of communication, then the mistrust will start coming back. And secondly, we have this idea again, they've just planted it, but it could grow. What if Mysaria is jealous? We've seen that there was the kiss, there was a bond between, in some way, between Rhaenyra and Mysaria. Mysaria has reasons to distrust Daemon as well, has reasons to try and split up Rhaenyra and Daemon. And if she is the person that Rhaenyra is trusting the most, and if Mysaria is whispering in her ear, he's not coming back. He does this, that you know it. He always goes away. He doesn't come back. He's doing the same thing again. How long are you just going to allow him to do this to you? If that dynamic starts happening, then yeah, you combine that with what happens with the other dragon seeds and her mistrust of other people riding dragons. I can see it happening. As I say, I'm not saying this is definitely what's going on, but all of the building blocks that they put into place seem to be leading in that direction. Let's go to Ranabim Mitra. Salutations, Robert and Dan the dog, and to you too, sir. I hope you're both well. We saw that the weirwood tree was bleeding when Daemon was about to touch it, which is a key indicator that a green seer was inhabiting the tree at that moment. If the first thing that Daemon sees is Bloodraven, can we assume that this is him traveling back in time to give Daemon this series of visions? To which I think the answer is yes. That's just my take on this one. I struggle to think of another way of interpreting what was going on there. Bloodraven. I mean, the Ryan Condal did come up with some kind of Bloodraven is the strongest link that we could have between the Weirwood Network and Daenerys. That felt a little weak to me. I mean, I wouldn't dare dispute Ryan Condal, but I think that the fact that that felt weak shows that we don't have much of a link between the Weirwood Network and Daenerys, if that is the best that we can do. For me, I think this shows that this is quite clearly who is the Green Seer here, who is looking out through at the very, very least, looking out through this tree, and most likely influencing events through time. And it's Bloodraven. And connected to that, Ranabir Mitra saying Bloodraven is shown to be younger than his Game of Thrones self. If you believe that Bloodraven is sending these visions, could we be seeing one of the times when Bloodraven went back in time to influence actions in the past? When Bran almost spoke to his dad in the past, Leaf exclaims to him, requesting him to not seek to change the past. Kind of a weird request that when the boy was simply mentioning that he saw his father. Okay, so this opens up a huge issue that we haven't got an answer to yet in the world of Ice and Fire, which is Bloodraven, Leaf. They're all very much no, you can't. And this was in Game of Thrones as well. They would say you can't. The ink is dry. You can't change the past. But what we've been shown from Bran is that you can. You can change the past. And in small ways, he calls out to his father. His father says, "Who's there?" That is changing the past. That's not in a massive way. This was literally just, "Who's there?" and then back. Nothing massive shifted, but something happened in the past that would not have happened if he had not done that in the future. Now, what happened on the show that we're assuming is going to happen roughly the same in the book, the Hodor moment, shows even greater that you can go back into the past and affect things which impact on the future. So Bran at point A, went back to point B, influenced what happens with Hodor, meaning that if we go back up to point A, Hodor has been changed by the experience, and his entire life leading up to that point has been changed by the experience, and Bran has changed events by going back into the past. This is very much a kind of a closed time loop idea. This isn't saying you change the past and like suddenly a new reality sort of goes off over there. We're not in a multiverse. We're not in a what they have in Marvel these days, a TVA. That's not the kind of world we're in where we've got lots of different realities. This is in this one reality. You go back, you can change the past, but it's kind of like it creates a loop around that it's just that always was what was going to happen. So that's the feeling that the messages we're told by Leaf, Bloodraven, whatever, about don't change the past, don't try and change the past, you can't change the past. These seem to be just attempts to get Bran to just calm down, not do anything rash, because they know that the past can be changed and they don't want him messing with it. But we all know butterfly effects of these kind of things. If you mess with stuff in the past, you can have huge implications. If they did not say to him, don't change anything in the past, then that would be even more suspicious. So I think that's where we're at on this, is that he can influence things in the past. It's just that you just create this closed time loop. So Rasler saying Alice appears to be working in alliance with the Weirwood Network. So how do you predict her and Aemon's relationship will pan out in the show? The character we have seen so far doesn't seem like someone who would become romantically involved with Aemon, unless maybe she thinks it's what her destiny requires. Well, I think that's the key point here. What does she think that her role here is? Her role seemingly in season 2 was to be guiding Daemon through that series of visions to get to the point where he could go up to the Weirwood tree, and through her interactions with him, he could go up to that Weirwood tree and believe it. Not just say, no, I don't want anything to do with this, not just reject it out of hand, but accept it. Now, my instinct, I don't think I've got a question on this, so I'll answer the question I haven't got. Alice, when she appears there in that last episode at Daemon's bed, she's crying. And the question is, why? So I think we have to go back a little bit and say, why is she there? That wasn't her usual style. Actively going to him and saying, come on, wake him up in the middle of the night and say, come on, come with me. Now's the time for you to go to the tree. It felt as if she'd been told to do that. We know that there was a green man there. So the green man, presumably, what his role was to get Daemon to bring him to the Weirwood tree. The Weirwood tree's ready now. We need to bring Daemon here now. The moment that the green man saw that Daemon was there, scuttles off. Why would this make her cry? Perhaps she has also just had a vision of the future. Perhaps she's seen things that happen in the future as well, and that made her. Maybe it's nothing to do with Daemon. Maybe this was something to do with stuff that impacts on her personally. What we know in the books happens is that Aemon arrives, and this isn't going to be exactly the same on the show, because in the books, Aemon goes up there thinking that he's going to meet Daemon, and then after arriving, he discovers that King's Landing has fallen and it's all been a ruse. Now, they can do a sort of a lower key version of this, of him getting to Harrenhal and, Daemon's gone, damn it, and getting quite angry because he'd really wanted to face Daemon. But not the kind of Daemon has tricked me. He might think Daemon has tricked him, but he then takes this out on House Strong, and he kills all the members of House Strong. Yes, Sir Simon, I'm sorry, I hate to break it to you people, but in the book, Sir Simon does not last very long when Aemond arrives. Alice Rivers, we're not told her exact relationship to them, but they certainly see her as a part of the household. She's there in and around their cozy little meetings in that central hall area. And Simon doesn't sort of say, "Oh, you really should watch out for that witch woman." No, he seems to have been the person who, in fact, has given her extra powers and responsibilities, allowed her to be seen as effectively the maester there. So she actually probably quite likes him. And if Aemond kills him, then why would she um, become his lover? It's not as straightforward as we think here. Is this because she's been told she has to, and she's seen the future, and this is why she's crying now? Is this a matter of her having wanting to personally get revenge for what happens, and this is how Aemond gets killed because she's luring him into a trap in some way? There are lots of different options going on there with Alice, but the one that we're sort of told in Fire and Blood, where she just casts her family charms in Aemond's general direction and he falls madly in love with her. That doesn't seem like where this character is at, it has to be said. So I've got another question from Paul Whitrock saying, "Hello, Robert and Dan. Hi. Not a House of the Dragon question, but I was wondering if you've been enjoying the Olympic Games. If so, what's your favourite event?" I have actually been enjoying it. It isn't a very brief digression. Yes, I have been enjoying the Olympic Games. I always enjoy the athletics, it has to be said. But what was the one that caught my eye? It was the 3-on-3 basketball with one. It's got a proper name, I'm sure, with just the one hoop. I thought that I'd not seen that before. I've seen like 2-on-2 stuff, but as an Olympic sport, I thought that was absolutely fascinating. And some of I don't know whether they're before, but there was somebody today. I think there was is it kite sailing or something like that, where it's just you on just like a mini board with the kite. Astonishing stuff. So yeah, it's the Olympics. I find amazing. Just human beings doing things that they're just so good at. It's just a wonderful, life-affirming thing. How fast can humans run? How high can humans jump? All of those kinds of things. Yeah, love it to bits. Um, Zetsumai09, why does Aegon think Sunfire is dead? Could the writers alter Rhaenyra's story, especially considering it was already mentioned in Game of Thrones? Um, yeah, this is interesting. I'm just thinking, I wonder whether I think I had a question about this as well, but I will answer this one happily here. So yes, he says, and Sunfire's dead. Now, we've not seen this. So my take is that we should use the usual Game of Thrones rule, which is if you don't see the death on screen, then you shouldn't necessarily believe it. Now, what happens in the book is that Sunfire basically gets left there to die, very, very badly injured. And then eventually, some guys come in to retake Rook's Rest for Team Black. And they go, well, we should just get rid of this dragon because we've got a dragon lying outside our castle and we don't want to be just wandering along and then suddenly the dragon burns us. We need to deal with this dragon. So they try and kill the dragon, fail. And then when they come back, the dragon's gone. They don't know where. And the dragon only kind of reappears again on Dragonstone much later. Now, this dragon is the dragon that burns Rhaenyra to a crisp. So, my take is that probably this Aegon is mistaken. and Sunfire has just disappeared and will reappear, and it's going to be like a big surprise for show-only people who won't remember the passing reference in Game of Thrones many, many years ago. So I don't. This is one of those things I don't think that they'd be changing how Rhaenyra died. They've been foreshadowing it quite a bit, as I said. I think this is just a bit of misinformation going on. Let's go to a question from Brian Valco saying, if Aegon the Second is saying it, then it's probably wrong. Yeah, I mean, whose information is he going on? We just don't know. Jack Jackson 3 saying, can I ask you about the animals in the Game of Thrones? They are so powerful. One scene that broke me was the lady dying, but personally, I think Daenerys seems stronger than the House of Dragons riders with 3 dragons. If you're talking about Lady, you're talking about the direwolf. I'm assuming, yeah, that absolutely that was back in season 1. That was a really good scene. In fact, it's one of my favourite couples of chapters in the books. Game of Thrones, book 1. Complete digression here, but the way that George R. R. Martin he does this pretty much through, but it's very much noticeable in book 1 is that he structures each of these chapters as a short story in and of itself, which has a start, a middle, and an end, but it also has here's some problem or obstacle we have to get past, and then you have a resolution at the end. And what he has in the middle here is you get this moment where you actually get 2 chapters happening together. I think it's Arya and Sansa, and you see the story happened, the arc happened over 2 chapters rather than the 1, and it's set out as a mini uh, kind of tragedy in and of itself, classical tragedy, in as much as once you've set all the pieces in place, then what follows is just what there's no other way around it. This has to be what happens because of it, and it's actually foreshadowing what happens later in King's Landing. It's a wonderful little bit of writing when you start looking at it. Is that you get to see what Cersei's like, you get to see what Robert Baratheon's like, you get to see Ned's nobility, you get to see how Sansa's going to be reacting in these situations, you get to see how Arya's going to be reacting in these, and then you take those characters and you drop them into the King's Landing setting and you give them a slightly different set of opening events, and the same tragedy basically unfolds in a slightly different way, but the same thing, sort of set of events that cannot be shifted because of who these characters are. So, complete digression, but that's wonderful. So the lady dying is meant to hit us because this is also, in a way, foreshadowing of Ned dying a bit later. Daenerys seems stronger than the House of Dragons riders with 3 dragons. So Dany's dragons. I mean, Dany's dragons is an issue. So issue is the right way of putting it. Yes, it isn't. It is the right way of putting it. George R. R. Martin is aware of this issue, which is that all of the world building he did about how long it takes dragons to grow is basically says, it takes them a long to become big and fearsome. It takes them quite a while. Yes, when they're relatively young, a few years old, then maybe you could ride them if you're quite small too, but they're not going to become these big fearsome creatures like Balerion the Black Dread for 100 years or more. Now, the problem he has in A Song of Ice and Fire is that the dragons there only hatch at the end of book 1. So by the time we get to the current point in the story, they're still only a couple of years old. So how are we going to get them to this point where they're going to be so huge and massive that they can be ridden and be dealing huge amounts of damage. Well, he's sort of just fast tracked their growth. Originally, we were going to have this is one of the reasons for the 5 year break that he was planning on doing and then abandoned, was that it allowed the dragons to grow up a little bit. But he's got rid of that. So at the moment, he's sort of just hand waving it a little bit and saying, they've got plenty of fresh air and exercise. They're doing fine. But yes, this is an issue that Danny's Dragons, certainly on the TV show, are hugely bigger than you would expect from the rest of George R. Martin's lore. Karis Ballerina. In the book, Sunfire gets called the cannibal by the townsfolk because it eats mellies. Do you think the reason there are rumours of cannibal being so old is because they conflate any dragon who does this with the cannibal? Yeah, it's an interesting idea. Yes. So the cannibal is a wild dragon on uh, Dragonstone and is known as the cannibal because it's willing to eat other dragons, young dragons, and the like. Uh, the people don't know how old cannibal is. It's been there for as long as anyone can remember, and because most people don't want to really go near cannibal for obvious reasons. Nobody can say exactly, when did it get born. So, is it possible that this is just you blame bad things on cannibal and therefore bad things going back in the past were blamed on cannibals? Yeah, I kind of accept that as a possibility, but at the same time, I think it's probably just um, this is a dragon that has been there for probably over 100 years, and that at that point, it sort of passes beyond living memory. Joel Thompson saying, and George is kicking off about the show breaking his law. Yeah, I mean, I think that in terms of dragon sizes, I think that he will come out with something. Is my take, because he's aware of this issue. He will come out with something, whether that's in Fire and Blood Part 2, whether that's in A Song of Ice and Fire when we get it, I do not know, but I think he will come out. Um, Jack Jackson 3, do you think they ate Melly's head? I don't know who Melly's is here. Um, uh, I'm not entirely sure how to answer that one. Sorry, I apologize. I think the answer here is yes, but apologies. Let's go to a question from Lady Pushkins. Hi, Robert. Really enjoyed the episode and the build up to season 3. I thought Helena looked ethereal, and I love her part in the show story. Simon Strong is an absolute puppet, and his clapping is probably thinking, oh, I'm finally getting rid of Damon. Yeah, just pause for one moment. Can we just give Simon Strong some flowers here? And Simon Russell Beale, the actor, this for a character who basically his role was to knock on Damon's door every now and then and tell him that he's got a new guest. I thought it was fantastic. It was underplayed, and yet you felt so much for this guy. He had a number of very quiet, but I thought hilarious moments, and yeah, I thought absolutely brilliant. For those who don't know, Simon Russell Beale, legendary stage actor here in the UK, and I have to admit, I thought that they were going to do when they hired him. I thought, oh, this means they're going to build him up into a bigger character to do more things. Actually, they just took a relatively minor character and allowed him to play it to perfection. So yeah, I thought that was fantastic. I'm delighted that this means that he's going to be back for at least some of next season. And yeah, just a bit of love here in the chat, actually. April May saying, we love you. Simon Strong, Aaron Sunex saying, this is Simon Strong's flowers. Cos Ballerina, my favourite character of the season. Jacob Bronsky, it was the best oh dear in television. Stephanie H, he was fabulous. Yeah, he did a brilliant job, I have to say. It worked absolutely perfect. And I think it goes to show that you don't need if you're a good enough actor, you don't need to have somebody who's out there in the middle of the action all the time. He can just be there. I mean, him there, everybody saw him. I mean, there's like little claps in the background. It said so much. Let's go to question from Ranabe Mitra. Um, in the past, actually, I've just a question, just in the chat, I've just noticed Naberio saying maybe rapid growth is due to them being hatched by a special magical event rather than normal means. Yeah, I mean, if I had to guess, this is probably roughly where George R. R. Martin is going to go with this, is that this isn't normal dragon growth because there's magic happening here. So if I had to guess, that's where he's going to go with it, but we'll have to wait and see. Arana Mitra saying, in the past you had a video called The Secret Bloodlines of Azor Ahai. You talked about the Targaryen bloodline of magical families in Planetos forming the prince that was promised, Bloodraven performing targeted eugenics to get the desired prince. With this vision, can we extend his influence in bloodline pruning to the Dance of the Dragons? If so, what about Aegon the Conqueror and Daenerys the Dreamer? Is the show slightly hinting that these dreams were given by the old gods via Bloodraven to the whole Targaryen family? Well, yeah, I've kind of touched on that latter bit already. Yeah, there's a long-standing theory going on here about the idea that these dreams, the Weirwood network, were providing these dreams in order to get the Targaryens on side to help against the others. Now, for those who kind of missed the whole Bloodraven eugenics idea, which is not pleasant word to say or think about, but while Bloodraven was the hand of the king, it is very noticeable that the Targaryen family tree, which was massive, just gets pruned down to a very, very small number. To the extent to which, and I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but it's something like in 27 years, 23 Targaryens die, most of which were either personally killed by Bloodraven or died in bizarre circumstances. Now, when I say that, so the personally killed by Bloodraven, I'm including House Blackfire. He personally killed quite a few members of House Blackfire. In terms of dying in bizarre circumstances, we have choking on a lamprey pie. We have the whole. We see the death of Baelor Breakspear happen in the first Duncan Egg story. Again and again, we get characters who just die inexplicably young, who die. I wish I could think of a few other sort of random examples, but there are some really odd examples of how Targaryens die. And the person who was in charge of everything at the time was Bloodraven. And so we can't say 100%, but it looks likely that was what was happening. Could we say, and now we've seen Bloodraven back in time, could we say that he is influencing events in the Dance of the Dragons? And the answer has to be yes, that he could be. And yes, he almost certainly, if he feels that he has the ability to, then he probably would be. The question is, what is he trying to achieve? He clearly is trying to get to the prince that was promised later on. And that clearly means, I think, that he has decided, and I think this is probably where they're going in show canon now, it has been decided, he has decided what this line is. And the line is Daemon and Rhaenyra's line. Which is why Daemon's now there. He's being picked and to sort of being shown the truth of what's really going on with Aegon's prophecy. He's been told his role is to get Rhaenyra on the throne. So this means, therefore, that if you're going down this theory, then Bloodraven is Team Black. And so it's not that he's trying to manufacture the Dance of the Dragons because he won't want to be getting rid of the dragons, because the dragons are clearly going to be important, but he is wanting to get rid of Team Green's claim. So that, I think, seems to be what's going on. And so the implication is that if you follow that logic even further, that it all started to get out of control. Because yes, they got the right people on the throne, but the dragons basically died out. They did not expect, say, the Maesters, if we're assuming the Maesters, to be able to get rid of the dragons at the end of the Dance of the Dragons. Andrew K saying, I'm curious, or asking these I'm curious if these lore reveals like those with Daenerys this season are from George R. R. Martin or not. Hope we get clarity sooner rather than later. He has not said, and that I mean, even when we get these confirmations that something came from George, it doesn't actually come from him. This comes from Ryan Condal. Now, we don't doubt this for 1 second, George R. Martin. I'm sure if Ryan Condal had been lying about the fact that vision, dream that Aegon had came from him initially, then I'm sure George R. R. Martin would have said, well, no. But so these don't come from George himself. But they've also resisted saying anything else has come from him. And he's been a bit grumpy about the law recently. So, yeah, I don't know. My instinct is probably not. But we have to wait and see, I'm afraid. I wish I could give you something more on that, but I think we have to wait and see. Let's go to a question from Ranabe Mitra. I personally think that Helena coming into Daemon's visions is Ryan Condal doing a hatch tip to the famous Melisandre chapter in A Dance with Dragons, where she sees Bloodraven Bran in the flames, thereby connecting the astral planes used by R'hllor, the old gods and other magic systems. Similar to Melisandre seeing an old crow and a wolf in the flames instead of Brynden and Bran's faces. Could it be that Helena didn't truly see Daemon's face, but rather an emblem of sorts, as in her role in that moment being to convey the sentence, "You know your path," to his foggy emblem, to this foggy emblem of a man in her visions? Well, yeah, I mean, what you're talking about here, so Melisandre sees in her vision, she sees Bran and Bloodraven. She doesn't. She sees the wolf and the tree man, but then it gets kind of foggy. I can't remember the exact word, and the kind of implication is that she's being blocked. She's no longer really allowed to see them, which hints at, yes, there is some kind of touch over there, but she's not getting access to the Weirwood network at any point in this. She is just using her powers to try and see them, and they're blocking it. So that's never been or Bloodraven's blocking it. I don't think Bran's aware of what's going on. There's never been a moment where, as with what seems to be happening with Helena here, where there's a complete crossover of these two magic types in terms of visions. And so if this is what Helena's doing, then that is completely different in my view. It could well be a hat tip, as you say, to what was happening there with Melisandre, but I don't think that there was a law precedent going on there. Let's go to Gina Z. We got a Daemon Rhaenyra reunion in episode 8, and it was as you had predicted. I thought they visually expressed Daemon's rapprochement and Rhaenyra's emotional pulling away quite beautifully. What did you think? Yeah, I think they did this really well in a kind of a show don't tell way. Is that Daemon is clearly there. down on his knee. He's standing up, for the Queen. He's doing everything, and when the two of them are right close together, there's this moment when he leans in. You know that kind of like forehead touch? They've done it several times as a kind of a sign of togetherness, intimacy, just the two of them, this kind of forehead touch. Um, he goes in for that, and she kind of goes away. And that is her withholding that kind of togetherness or intimacy in some way, rejecting it in some way. You also see her grab hold of his hand and almost kind of grabbing it so tightly, almost to kind of hurt him. This is Damon doing everything, coming back towards her, her accepting it, but with withholding that extra, and completely understandably, he has just gone off and not talked to her for a huge amount of time, and then suddenly out of nowhere come back and says, "Yes, my queen." You kind of understand where she's coming from, but in terms of the characters, just be aware this isn't back to where they were before. This is a different stage now in their relationship. She does not 100% trust him anymore. Amy Cat, I feel like Jace and Baylor should have found time for a quick ceremony to at least attempt an heir for Team Black. And when Helena was asked about running away, she responded, "Where would I go?" And that had to sting Alicent. Lastly, I'm marinating episode 8, and I'm just not as upset as some members in the fandom yourself. Um, well, let's pick on these one at a time. So, Jason Baylor, should they have found time to get married? Well, perhaps yes. But at the same time, when you're saying in order to get an heir for Team Black, at the moment, Team Black do not feel as if they're short of heirs. They've got Jace, and then after Jace, they've got Joffrey, and then after Joffrey, they've got Aegon, and after Aegon, they've got Viserys, and those last three have all been sent off now over to Pentos. They're presumably going to be safe there. They don't think that there's an urgent need here. After all of that, then where does it go? Probably back up to Daemon, and then it probably comes down to his daughter. So it's not. They have got a line of succession here. It's not as if they've not got many people who they could have take over. So yeah, I don't think the onus is on them to do that, but they could have done. And that certainly wouldn't have harmed anything. Although, I mean, it would add an extra complication, I guess, if Baylor suddenly becomes pregnant. That potentially takes out one. I mean, I don't know what the rules on riding dragons while you're pregnant is, but one imagines you have to be a little bit more careful. So perhaps that takes one dragon rider out of the equation. So perhaps they're thinking, well, let's just capture King's Landing first, and then we'll get on with that business. So Helena asking about running, when she was asked about running away, she responded, "Where would I go?" That had to sting Alison. Yeah, I didn't interpret it. I would have to look at it again. I have to say, I didn't interpret it that way. I interpreted it as being Alison said, "Have you ever thought of running away?" And Helena answering, as is her way, in a very literal, "Have I thought about running away? Me? Where would I go?" Rather than, "Oh, running away, that's a good idea. How might we all do that?" So I interpret that as just this is just how Helena's brain thinks, and she's asked about her thinking about running away, and the answer is, where would I go? And then on the third one, marinating season 8, episode 8, not as upset as some of the fandom. I have to admit, um, I have seen some, and there are some, I know some patrons, and I've seen a few just passing by in the chat, some people who really didn't like episode 8. We'll get on to one of the reasons. If you've not heard about this, there is definitely a reason why episode 8 perhaps wasn't feeling as satisfactory as you liked. But I would love to know. I'll answer this in just 1 second myself. I would love to know in the chat. I like doing this every now and then just to get a feel of the fandom. Episode 8 and the season as a whole. good? Were you disappointed? Just give me a word. Just kind of express your feelings. I've heard some people quite down on episode 8. I've heard some other people who are very happy with season 8, episode 8. So very happy with the season as a whole, and thought, well, they might not have loved that, but they quite liked it. Just give me a word in the chat. How would you summarize your feelings vis-a-vis particularly the last episode? And just quickly going through, Josh Pike says good. Guillaume Kish says great season. Kirk's neck chop very good. Kashta good. That Elf Torrent saying myself and hubby loved the whole season. Suki Drama saying I liked episode 8. Agree. Weirwood beyond the Nettles issue, enjoyed the season a lot. Canadian Spring underwhelming. For My Peoples loved it. Laura Everard, okay but not exceptional. Loved it, says Mindy Milligan. Season was amazing, says Joe Rose. Paul Whitrock says a setup. Byron, great character drama, not too much fluff. Train Surfer, not perfect but still good. Messy, says Escarglow. Okay, I mean, hopefully that gives you a kind of a flavour. What I took from that was broadly, from the people that I've read out there, broadly positive, though there are some things that people didn't like. Some people love it, some people think it. I mean, setup, so Paul Whitrock was saying setup, a lot of people felt that this was quite the way it ended was setting things up for season 3 rather than bringing everything to a satisfactory conclusion for season 2. I will take those. Actually, let me quickly flick forward to the thing that I was sort of talking about a little bit before. George R.R. Tolkien saying, salutations, Robert. What a great season. Also, what a terrible way to end the season. I know we got an amazing episode in the Battle of Rook's Rest and then the Sowing of the Seeds, but I think they completely flopped with their end bit. Do you think it's because they were forced by HBO to keep the season to 8 episodes instead of 10? I fear they angered a lot of the newer fans with having that last episode be a 70-plus minute trailer for next season. Commander Ray saying good evening. A lot of focus on the letdown of the season. All the build-up, no payoff, leaves a bad taste. Personally, I enjoyed it, the season, intrigued by the changes they make, and it seems to have been affected by the episode count reduction and the writer's strike. 444 saying, as much as I liked the ending montage, it would serve much better for a penultimate episode ending with a big battle in the episode a week later than the ending of the entire series. I understand HBO must cut their costs, but I doubt they should do it on the biggest hit in their streaming department right now. So for those who missed this has come out just over the last few days, not from HBO itself, not from Ryan Condal, anything like that, but from I think what we would call trusted sources. Let's put it that way. Now, not just one person, but lots of different places, people that we would go, okay, well, you probably should know. Is that this was supposed to be a 10-episode season, and then 2 months before they started filming, HBO went to Ryan Condal or whoever and said, actually, can we just have 8 episodes, not the 10? And so they had to rewrite things. They got what they thought was a good 10 episodes, and then they had to rewrite it, so it was only down to 8 episodes. That meant that they had to drop some things that they were wanting to include and film, and they had to pull apart a few episodes. They had to squash a few things together, and some things just had to be dropped. Now, as I said, then what would normally happen in this situation is that they would carry on writing through the season, because it takes them a long time to film House of the Dragon season. So they would, as they were going, they would tweak a few bits here and there and tighten stuff up. But because we had the writer's strike during the season, it meant that actually they couldn't do that. So what we ended up with was 10 episode season hurriedly chopped down to 8. Now, I think that shows, personally, I think that shows that what happens is you get some episodes that felt to me quite tight in terms of pure writing. This is, and the way they seem to like to write episodes where you would go from. You'd have a sort of a setup and an arc within the episode itself. For example, the Battle of Rook's Rest episode, the one with Rhaenys, and that they had the whole episode was building up to that last moment. You have the Aegon being ignored. You have the Rhaenyra facing this question about how am I actually going to go out there? Should I be sending dragons out there? Who should I be sending? All of this was building up to the end, and that worked as a self-contained episode. Similarly, I think there were a few others that worked very well like that. Episode 2, I think, worked particularly well. That was the one with the Cargill twins, if you remember. All of the different strands pushed towards that end point with the Cargill twins and what happened. So I think they probably had to decide, well, we've got a lot of these episodes that work well in and of themselves, and then the rest they had to chop off a bit off the end. I don't know. My instinct is that they took out the taking of King's Landing, and then they had to do a little bit of extending some things out, cutting some things down, which may well, and some or all of the things that didn't quite work well, like Alicent just sort of heading off into the forest and then coming back in the same episode. That felt a little bit unexplained and rushed, if this really was the huge turning point in her character arc. Similarly, we had Daemon seemed curiously inactive in Harrenhal. He stayed there, and yes, they want to give him all these visions, but the Daemon of season one feels would have spent a lot more time themselves going out into the field trying to get people on his side, rather than just sort of sitting around having delegated the task to a random Blackwood. So there are a few things. I say I don't know whether either of those things that I've just mentioned were to do with this, but the kind of the slightly up and down feel where some episodes worked really well, some of them perhaps less well. Personally, I think probably that's because of that. So I don't know whether that kind of like answers all of the questions, but I think that if we're right about all of that, then I think we say this probably should have ended with the taking of King's Landing. And so the closing montage, which I agree, 444, I quite liked that closing montage. I thought that worked quite well. But yes, I think it would have worked even better if that was a build-up to the event happening at the end of that season. So we end not with Rhaenyra still on Dragonstone, thinking, when am I going to be attacking King's Landing, which is roughly where she was at the end of season 1. We end the season with her sat on the Iron Throne. So my instinct is that's where it is. Why did HBO make that decision? Well, ask them rather than me. Money is what everyone seems to think, and yes, I can assume that they probably were without money, or were a bit low on money, had to save some money. But these decisions have implications for the quality of what's put there. That doesn't mean that I think, and I should probably say this again, it doesn't mean I think this wasn't a good season. I enjoyed it. I did really genuinely enjoy this season. I thought there were some fantastic episodes in it, but I think it could have been even better. Martin S saying, "Evening, Robert. It feels as if this second season ended fast, like it was short for some reason." Yeah, absolutely. So that it's pretty much the um, what I was covering before. Yeah, it ended fast, and they basically chopped off. If I had to guess, roughly what they did in the writers' room was say, well, we'll chop off the last episode that we'd written, and then we will the stuff that we had in episode 9, or the equivalent of episode 9, because really what we got, our episode 8 probably was their episode 9, but they had one other episode's worth of stuff, that some of which they took out and some of which they dropped into other episodes, which is why you get some things happening very quickly, like the Allison thing I was talking about, or what happened with Thailand over in Essos, something like that, which perhaps could have been stretched out over a couple of episodes. They just dropped it all in one. Juan Doe saying, "Should we call Kristen Cole the father who never was?" Yeah, I see what you did there. Yep. Andrew K saying, "The 2 episodes cut, we did for sure lose certain bits of connective tissue, so to speak." Yeah, I think that's a really good way of putting it. A lot of the connective tissue was not there, as well as the natural, what I would consider to be the natural end piece of the story arc for season 2. Plus, Ballerina. The Warner Brothers Discovery announced networks being $9.1 billion less profitable than they thought. Are you worried about the future of House of the Dragon and Game of Thrones spin-offs? Well, so the numbers, they're big numbers, but I have to admit, in the grand scheme of things, I've no idea about the finances of those companies, so I can't say that sounds bad, but I don't know how bad that is. My instinct is that HBO is run by people who want to champion. And I've no idea about the wider company here, but they're wanting to champion good TV. This is their raison d'être more than any other network or streaming service. They want to be known for producing the good quality things that win Emmys and Golden Globes and things like that. That's what they like to do, and and get the audience share, which gets them the advertising income. That is different to Amazon, say, who've got a much wider remit of what success looks like to them. So I think instinctively they will want to support a franchise, which is how they will see this, which is the biggest winner that they've got. Game of Thrones won massive amounts of things. House of the Dragon hasn't won so many prizes. It did win quite a few prizes, but also it's got a huge audience share and is earning them a lot of money. Now, what I could certainly see, as far as House of the Dragon is concerned, they've already commissioned season 3. I see absolutely no reason why they're not going to go with season 4 as well. Perhaps they will get it down to 8 episodes per season, and know that people will carry on watching. I'll carry on watching. I suspect everybody here watching the stream will carry on watching it, even if they hear that it's going to be a cut down 8 episode season next time rather than the full 10 episode season. So I think that HBO know that. In terms of the other shows, now Dunk and Egg is an interesting one because it's a Game of Thrones type show, but it should be a lot cheaper for 2 immediate reasons. Number one, there's no dragons, so the CGI shouldn't be an issue. And number 2, it's based on short stories or novellas, which means that they can do, I think it's going to be 6 episodes. So it's not even an 8 episode season. This is just a 6 episode thing. So the budget that they have to put for that is going to be less than it would be for House of the Dragon. Perhaps even half of a House of the Dragon season is one Dunk and Egg. And I think that we will see increasingly the move towards more animated features and series. There have been quite a few recent. George R. R. Martin, one of his blog posts a while ago, when he was announcing that the Cordless Velaryon one was now being developed as an animated one, he did this long, glowing report on Blue Eye Samurai, which is fantastic, it has to be said, on Netflix, I think it is, and how he thought that this showed that you could do top quality drama now as animated stuff. And so it would not surprise me if we maybe even just get the one more for the time being proper live action thing, but the next thing they try out is an animated something, because that the budget for that will be a bit lower. Sydney Rose, do you think some of the political machinations were sidebarred to focus on magic? If dreams are the centre of House of the Dragon, council meetings were definitely Game of Thrones. Well, some of the political machinations sidebarred to focus on magic. Well, they've focused a lot more on magic. Let's put it that way. We've had Helena and also what happened with Daemon. I think I would say, I don't know whether I would say the political machinations have been sort of pushed to one side. We certainly have had a lot of small, I mean, double the small council meetings, because we have Black Council and Green Council. And I would say my greatest, fear, it's still an uncertainty, but they have sidelined for the sake of adding the kind of the magical layer. They have sidelined a degree of the autonomy of the characters, by which I mean Daemon, as I said just a moment or so ago, Daemon hung around in Harrenhal, receiving the visions in a way, and not going out and doing things in the wider world in a way that kind of went against what we knew of his character. So he didn't go out there and try and gather. He had one little go at trying to gather an army. He had a Blackwood come and said, "Okay, well, we'll go with it. You can support us, but we'll go try and get the Brackens." Oh, that didn't work. Well, okay, I'll delegate that to someone, and I'll go back to Harrenhal. That didn't feel very Daemon-y, but that was what was needed in order for Daemon's character arc within Harrenhal to happen. And then similarly, we get with Helena. She so her visions are of the future about what happens, and now she's telling Aemond what is going to happen in his future. And does that mean that we've got Aemond locked in? If they do this well, then we should have the good old traditional Song of Ice and Fire. What matters less is the truth or not of the prophecy. What matters more is whether someone believes it. And if Aemond is scared of it in some way, that is going to affect how he acts. I think I've got one more question in the chat. Martin S. I think The Wheel of Time had a good season 2 finale. A worse show overall, but still a more proper season 2 finale than House of the Dragon. Although Elaine Trakan's arrow wound disappeared a little too conveniently. Yeah, I mean, I think A Wheel of Time, which I don't hugely cover on this show, but I am a Wheel of Time fan. So with Wheel of Time season 2, I thought that it was much better than season 1. It sort of veered away a lot more from the text, but I thought that as a TV show, it delivered a lot better. I think season 3, last time I checked, incidentally, season 3 of Wheel of Time is going to happen early next year. Don't quote me on that, but that was the last time I checked. That was what they're looking at for that. But yes, I think what they definitely did do there was they created an arc for the season, which had a kind of a set piece end, which is in the book, and so they were building towards that set piece end. House of the Dragon season 2 felt that they were building towards a set piece end, but then cut short before they got to it. That's certainly how it felt to me, but I have to hold my hands up. I've said from the very beginning, if I were writing this, I would have ended. I'm not just saying this now. I've been saying this for the last couple of years. If I were writing this, I would have ended season 2 with the fall of King's Landing. I will say again, as I've said before, I would end season 3 with the second fall of King's Landing myself. Now, that doesn't mean that that's the way it definitely should have been done. It's just the way I personally would have done it. So I do myself feel a little bit of okay. I thought they would finish that arc, which I think they set up in the first 3 episodes, and then kind of it didn't kind of finish. Which I say again, I enjoyed the season, but this is a thing you can do with something you love. Is just sort of critique a few of the little bits here and there. Andrew Kay saying, if time allowed, the Gullet and taking of King's Landing included in the season would have felt so much different. I think the Battle of the Gullet, it wouldn't surprise me if that was always going to be pushed back to season 3. To be honest, it is a big set piece battle, which book canonically should happen before the fall of King's Landing, but it could, the way that they've written it, it actually could work just as well afterwards. In book, this was one of the things which pushed Rhaenyra to actually finally attack King's Landing, but the way that they wrote the TV show, she's been going on this arc during the season, which takes her to a point of I'm going to go on the attack with these dragons, and she doesn't need the extra push of what happens at the Battle of the Gullet. Eric Harker, Eric Harker. Hello, Robert. Random question. Is there any Westerosi holidays? I don't recall reading about any. Do they have a New Year's Day, Christmas, etc.? Yeah, I actually get asked this a reasonable amount, so it might be a random question, but people do ask this. I did. This isn't the question you asked, but I did a video on Lord of the Holidays in Middle Earth, Lord of the Rings. Last Christmas, I might when we get up to this Christmas, I might do this one for Westeros, because, as I say, people are interested. So I think the short answer to this, in advance of any research I do for that video, is that across Planetos as a whole, there's lots of different cultures, so everybody celebrates slightly different things. In Westeros, then you certainly seem to have name day celebrations. There certainly seem to be some, I think we've seen midwinter type style ones, but also the Faith of the Seven. You have Maiden's Day and things like that, which they celebrate. Joel Thompson saying they should just get straight into it. Scene 1, episode 1, season 3, Battle of the Gullet for 40 minutes. I mean, it could work. It could actually work. If they wanted to, they could start season 3 in so many amazing ways. I was chatting to Aziz from History of Westeros a while ago, and we were just playing with this idea of with Sunfire. This would be a fantastic way to bring Sunfire back into this at the beginning of the season. To suddenly just have this cold open of we just get a shot of Sunfire there, barely alive, and then some people sneaking up trying to kill the dragon, and that just going very, very wrong, and then Sunfire flying off, and then we go into the credits, and it's like, what? How does this fit in with them? And it would feel a bit like what happened with the Winterfell cold open, which was that. Okay, that was cool, but are we going to see this again? Is that the last we're going to see from the north? Is that the last we're going to see from Sunfire? that appealed to me, at least as an idea. But yes, if they wanted to, they could go straight in with the Battle of Gullet. They could go straight in with the taking of Harrenhal. They could go straight in with the fall of King's Landing. There's a lot of things that they could just bang. They could make an epic first episode. There are lots of different ways in with this. And they've been freed up, bizarrely, they've been freed up a little bit in this by the fact that they've had to cut some stuff, it would appear, from season 1, because now they've got a number of different options about how they start season 2. If they had ended with the fall of King's Landing, I think they'd have probably done that at the same time as the fall of Harrenhal, which means that then they would have had to face, well, okay, we'll go straight in now with the Battle of Gullet. But now they've got a number of different options of things that they could do. Let's go to try to find my next question from my patrons. Mara Lee, I think that's where we were at. Mara Lee saying, it looks like season 3 will, actually, this ties in with what we were just talking about. It looks like season 3 will mostly be about the battles. And this is what Ryan Condal has said, basically. He hasn't said it's all about the battles, but he said season 1 was about the build-up, season 2 was about the small-scale stuff, and season 3 now it's all going on. So Mara Lee, looks like it'll be mostly about battles. What key battles are we most likely to see? It looks like the Battle of the Gullet will be one of them. Do you think we'll also see the Battle over the God's Eye, as well before season 3 concludes? Yes, so I think Battle of the Gullet, they will definitely, as I say, they will open, or it will be very early in the season. Similarly, the fall of King's Landing and the fall of Harrenhal, though neither of those are going to be big battles. There are at least 3 battles in the Reach / the Riverlands, the Red Fork, the Fish Feed, the Butcher's Ball, that they may that they should, if not show, then they should happen. Now, they may merge some of them. It has to be said, just to sort of warn you, because otherwise it would just get very confusing. What battle's happening everywhere, we don't really know. But they will need to show something to do with this Hightower army coming up. They could take the Lannister army and get it just to arrive at Harrenhal the same time as Kristen Cole's army, and so they could kind of merge that. But if I were writing this, then yes, I would have, as either the final episode or the penultimate episode, I would have the battle over the God's Eye Lake, and I would have the storming of the storming of the Dragon Pit as the last episode, leading into Rhaenyra staggering out of King's Landing. That would be how I would. My closing shot would be her sneaking out of King's Landing as chaos erupts in there. Also, possibly first Tumbleton. So I think that Tumbleton will be a major scene, I think, particularly in season 4, but I think they need to start it off here. Now, what I would say is a lot of those things should definitely happen on screen, but do not be surprised if they go down a route of not exactly the same way as they did the Battle of the Burning Mill, the one between the Brackens and the Blackwoods, of showing the aftermath of the battle. But don't forget, in Game of Thrones, a huge amount of the battles happened off screen. That we don't actually get many on-screen battles in Game of Thrones. We have the War of the Five Kings, where the first sort of real battle that we have is the Battle of the Blackwater. So season 1 doesn't really have, we don't see much by way of battles going on. Season 2, ditto. It's not something, I mean, this is a hugely complicated thing to do, a big battle scene, and I would imagine hugely expensive as well, particularly if dragons get involved. So expect them to be thinking of creative ways to get us emotionally engaged in this without necessarily showing uh, 10, 20, 30 minutes of a big battle going on. Reflective rambling, picking up a question for Wilmer26. Thank you very much. I love it when people do this. It's very kind of you. Thank you so much for your coverage. Well, thank you. You're very welcome. Do you think the scene with Aemond and Helena was indicating that a jump might be a push? Uh, so this is, book spoilers. Pardon me. This is Helena who will um at some point later on, possibly in season 3, she will end up falling out of a window in the Red Keep onto some spikes below. And it's not made clear in Fire and Blood if this was her jumping or her being pushed. Now, I did have a theory from I sort of rode back on in during this season that she had, if she had a vision of what happened to her daughter Jaehaera, who gets pushed out of a window in the Red Keep, this is eerily similar and dies, and this is eerily similar to what happens to Helena. So maybe she has a vision of what happens to her daughter, and she has to live through this. How she lives through the experience of seeing her last child killed, and by seeing it in a vision, having already seen in the vision and experienced her other children being killed, and that just pushes her over the edge, and she kind of enacts in a tragic way what happens to Jaehaera. Now, the way that they've built her character during season 2 is actually away from what we see in Fire and Blood. After Blood and Cheese, she basically hides away in her room and doesn't stop crying and doesn't play any role in anything at all again. So that's where she is in the book. On the show, they've almost taken her in the opposite direction. She's speaking quite coherently a lot of the time. She's having genuine discussions there with her mother about her feelings. And when she's talking to Aemond with that kind of the visions that she was getting, it's very different to the visions that she was giving out in the first season and even the very beginning of the second season, which are visions that you don't, until you look back on them, you don't really know. Beware the beast under the boards. Like, what does that mean? We know what that is looking back at it, but at the time, no, that didn't kind of make a lot of sense. And then she's doing funny little rhymes about black and green and spiders' webs and things like that, and we can look back and say, okay, but that's all very kind of figurative language. Now she's changed completely. It's just like you will die. This is how you'll die. She has changed her style of delivering these prophecies completely, and what we don't know is whether this is because she's receiving her prophecies differently, or whether she herself has changed in some way and is interpreting them differently. In answer to that question, whether it's indicating a jump might be a push, he was certainly implying that maybe he might want to kill her. I don't think that in the book the implication is that he did kill her, but maybe somebody else would. Martin S. Who would win in an air battle? Elrond's father Erendil on Vingelot or Aemond on Vagar? Well, we know Aemond on Vagar. Vingelot is basically a ship that flies across the sky, taking. It's the last Silmaril, but for us, it's the Evening Star. I mean, mean, this is one of those things where I think you can go, okay, so Vagar has got a fiery weapon, and as far as we're aware, the Vinglot doesn't. But so yes, but at the same time, Vagar can fly, but not right up in the heavens. So if Vinglot stays up there, if Erendil stays up there, then Vagar's never getting there. Elf Boy saying God's Eye Battle will be season 5 at this rate. We've had confirmation there will be 4 seasons only. So, and they know where they're going to finish. I still think they will finish with the Hour of the Wolf. And if that's the case, then I think we've got the God's Eye Battle probably towards the end of next season, maybe towards the beginning of season 4. But yeah, when we're not doing season 5. Okay, let's go to a question from Mara Lee saying, through the season we saw Alice Rivers working with Daemon in order for him to come to the realization of his true destiny and the need to bend the knee to Rhaenyra so that she can take the throne back. Eventually his destiny is to fight Aemond and perhaps lose his life at the battle over the God's Eye. Was all of this, the lessons, the visions, etc., so that Daemon would have a deeper understanding of the situation, of his fate, and what his role needed to be in all of this? I mean, I think the short answer is yes, that's his character arc for the season. In that he went away at the beginning of the season, he left her with these half-formed thoughts that he's a better potential leader than her. He should claim the Iron Throne for himself. He's gone. He's not saying when he's coming back. And he's got these deep character flaws that he's had for some time. Character flaws about always running away when he has responsibilities for his loved ones, never asking for help, always trying to do things on his own, and thinking, he's in charge of his own destiny. So all of that stuff has to be dismantled, and that is his character arc for this season, so that he reaches the point where he can ask for help. He reaches the point where he can say, actually, no, I'm not the best person to be doing this, to be king. Actually, Rhaenyra needs to be on the throne. Actually, he needs to be humbled in front of people to understand that he cannot achieve this. Actually, he needs to understand that humbled by Oscar Tully. And actually, he needs to understand that there are powers over and above him which are more important than him just being able to do what he wants. He's got a role. So that's the kind of the arc, the feel that he's got. Michelle Ramo saying, "Hi Robert, hope all is well with you and Dan the dog. We got it. We finally got it. Young Blood Raven with his wine-stained raven-shaped birthmark. How did you feel when you saw the reveal of Blood Raven?" Now, I have to admit, this is one of those things I was spoiled on. Somebody did tell me about this, so I didn't get the chance of being completely surprised by having Blood Raven appear. That doesn't mean that I wasn't absolutely delighted. I was fascinated. I didn't even, I have to admit, when I watched it, I after Blood Raven, I paused and had to go back and watch the Blood Raven bit again, even before I watched the rest of Daemon's vision, because I was so excited by that. I thought, boom, done. Yeah, I loved it, even though it had been a little bit spoiled for me before. And then saying, I'm wondering, do you think the show is setting Daemon up to be able to have weirwood visions and greensight, since the vision he saw came directly from a weirwood tree's sap or blood, and Alice Rivers, who seems to be helping him develop, or at least is the one guiding him towards the weirwoods and the old gods? Yeah, I think one thing which happened in an earlier episode, I can't remember exactly which one, maybe 4, which is we kind of noted at the time, but haven't come back to. As Rivers, when he meets her in her room, she's sort of in mortar and pestle, sort of grinding something up, and she gives him this thing to eat. After which he immediately seems to go straight into dream vision mode. That felt at the time very much like a weirwood paste. in the same way that Bran is given a weirwood paste to open up his ability to be accessing the weirwood network. So it feels as if she gave him that, which allowed him to be having more of these weirwood dreams and then ultimately be able to access the weirwood network. Um, so are they setting him up to be this kind of green seer figure? I mean, that they kind of already have. The question is he going to take any of this forward with him? Or is this a one season character arc that they're going to now just leave alone and it's um, he's learned his lessons and now he's going to go off and do the things that he's been told he has to do? I kind of hope they come and bring this back. And the hope I have for this, incidentally, is before the battle over the God's Eye, when uh, Damon decides, like, that's it. Finally, I will face Aemond, and he flies to Harrenhal, and he waits for Aemond. And we're told every day, in his frustration, he swung his sword at the tree, the weirwood tree. Now, that in the book just comes across as a man who's like frustrated and waiting for his chance to fight somebody that he should have fought a long time ago. But it does make me wonder if that happens, is this him ultimately getting angry at the Weirwood Network? If he's striking the tree, is he getting angry with the tree for some reason? Why might he get angry with the tree? Well, if what we hypothesized earlier is anywhere near correct, then he's been told the tree has basically said to him, this is from his perspective, the tree has said to him, you need to go and put Rhaenyra on the throne. And that's your role. And his thought is, oh, well, okay, so I can be there by her side. I saw another young Targaryen girl hatching dragon eggs. Maybe that might be our daughter. And it turns out Rhaenyra has now just turned her back on him. And he might now be angry if he's turned himself towards Rhaenyra and she's now just said, no, you've abandoned me, you're out of my life forever. He might get angry at the Weirwood Tree for forcing him down, as he would see it, forcing him down that path. And he's going to do the last thing he has to do, which is kill Aemond, and then that's it. Question from Rasla. What are your thoughts on the Blacks now potentially taking King's Landing, not because of tactical brilliance and Daemon's relationship with the Gold Cloaks, but because Alicent surrenders it? It kind of takes away from one of the Blacks' biggest victories in the book, and the show is starting a trend of taking book characters' great achievements and giving them to other characters. Well, your sort of wider point here, I think I would definitely agree with that one of the things that the show has done has taken away a little bit of the volition from characters. I don't mind this sometimes, but there's a lot of misunderstandings or things not quite going as you want, taking away the impressive actions for good and ill that people do, and just slightly saying, oh, actually, they weren't that impressive. For example, Aemond killing Lucerys in battle over Shipbreaker Bay way back in season 1. In the book, the clear implication is that this is Aemond chasing down and killing in bloodthirsty way this younger child on a younger dragon, and that kind of built up this idea of who Aemond was. But the TV show made it apparent actually he didn't intend that. It was actually that he didn't have control over Vhagar at the time. There are several other examples, but here the fact that that what happens in the book is that Daemon hears from his spies that Aemond is now quitting King's Landing, and he manages to secretly take his army and his dragon round the west side of the God's Eye Lake, therefore making sure that Aemond on Vhagar and Criston Cole's army do not spot him. He uses old contacts in the Gold Cloaks to get them to be turning on the powers in King's Landing, and so then he and Rhaenyra and the other Dragon Riders can all descend on King's Landing at the same time. One of them arriving here, one of them arriving there, and it's a well executed plan. On the show, where they seem to be going is that Alicent now is just going to open the doors. And she said, so there's no intelligence gathered from Daemon's sources. This is just, Alicent said, oh, by the way, Aemon's about to fly away. Maybe we don't even need the Gold Cloaks to do this if the gates are going to be opened. Is this taking away from Team Black? A bit, but the way I certainly read the book, this was really just a massive strategic error from Aemond, who headed out with the army and the only dragon who was potentially there to be defending King's Landing. So, yes, it was well executed by Team Black, but more it was just Team Green dropping the ball. And we still have that, because Vhagar's gone away. The wrinkle on this is that it's not Aemond has seen how many dragons there are now, and he has made a decision to fly away. We've not seen his thought processes here, but the implication is he just thinks, okay, I'll abandon it. They're coming that way anyway. It's gone. And it turns from being him heading off with a tactical mistake, leaving King's Landing open, to him realizing the odds and deciding to beat a tactical withdrawal. That's the shift that we've got going on here, I think. Blitzen saying, hi, Robert, hope you're well. I am, thank you. I've seen people saying that Ulf's demeanor during the finale was unrealistic for a man of his position. Personally, I think it makes sense for him to act in that sort of way, given he was already shown to be somewhat arrogant, and now in his mind he is all but invincible with his dragon, and he probably thinks that they need him, and he also doesn't seem like the smartest guy. What are your thoughts on this? Yeah, I think they set up his character quite well, and I think it works that we have a variety of characters as the dragon seeds. Adam, who's there, bending the knee straight away. He's saying, right, what I'll do all of the training exercises you say. I need to learn a few command words. Show me what I'm doing. He's being the model pupil. Hugh was there, kind of reserved, but seems to be playing the game. Ulf is just enjoying his new life. I think it kind of makes sense. I think it makes sense given the character that we've seen from him so far, and also the fact that whereas you got Hugh, who was there like, come at me, and claimed his dragon, basically, Ulf went there seemingly convinced he was going to die until the very last minute, and then it's like, yes, I survived. And he's probably still absolutely pumped from this. He thought this was the end. He thought that all of his bravado that he was there showing his friends in King's Landing, I'm related to royalty, and then he gets called out on it, and whether he was making that up or not, he did not seem to want to go there, and he almost certainly was now he's high on life. He was not expecting this. He's got a dragon. He's one of the most powerful people ever. He's not enjoyed the diet he's had over the recent weeks, and now suddenly he can have any food that he can imagine. So for me, it makes sense, and probably it will depend on how it goes on from here. Let's go to Naberios saying, this may be a bit tangential, but it relates to the Targaryen's dragon dreams. I know there's little information on ancient Valyria, but I'm interested in your thoughts on whether having a dragonborn special ability is unique to the Targaryens. I think you're talking here about dragon dreaming, or if some or all of the other houses would have had their own dragon-based gift or curse. What might they have been? Increased physical toughness, longer lifespan, etc. Some might feel that Targaryens had their visions long before the Doom, and they probably wouldn't have been one of the lower. If they had, then they wouldn't have been one of the lower dragon riding houses. Um, so, yeah, this is one of these interesting things. Now, in terms of um, are the Targaryens, are they similar to what the other Valyrian dragon riding families are? Sort of physiologically, I think probably yes. Is the instinct we have? We don't know the details, but it seems that there's some kind of gene splicing between humans and dragons, which has helped create this bond between the dragons and the Valyrians, and so the Targaryens got the benefit of that just as much as the other Valyrians did. As for the dragon dreams, I've already mentioned the possibility that these could have come from the Weirwood network, but the idea that Daenerys the Dreamer, her first dream was about the Doom of Valyria, that doesn't quite work for me, I have to say, is because the response from the family was, what, you had a dream where Valyria was going to blow up? In that case, right, the entire family, we've been here for thousands of years, but we're going. Let's buy some land long, long way away. Let's move everything. Let's abandon this political game we've been involved in for a very long time. We'll abandon this place that we presumably enjoy living in, all of our friends, all of the wider family that we've got, and we are just going to go somewhere miles away where nobody's ever going to visit us. That feels like it requires something else. Now, perhaps that's other people getting visions. Perhaps that's the fact that Daenerys had a track record of having visions before that. Perhaps that means that the Targaryens had visions that had come true in generations previous. We don't know yet, but I'm pretty sure this wasn't just Denise woke up one morning, yawned, stretched, and said, "Dearest family, I just had a dream, and I think this means that we should sell everything and move thousands of miles away." And then they go, "Yep, okay." I think it's going to be more than that. Mr. Worldwide saying, "My good Sir Robert, in the scene with Daemon and Sir Alfred Broom, we hear a whisper of traitor from the Weirwood. In the original Game of Thrones series, we learn that Bran could somewhat speak through the Weirwood magic to his father Ned at the Tower of Joy. Who do you think was the voice that we hear? Is it perhaps Bloodraven, or maybe Alice accessed the Weirwood network in real time, or my favourite idea, George R. R. Martin himself?" Well, George R. R. Martin is the tree, of course. They've put his face onto the tree. I think this is the Weirwood network, and I think it's somebody working through the Weirwood network, and so I think this is Bloodraven. Now, why would they do traitor there? I think my instinct is that this actually is not the thing that we think of him as being a traitor for, the thing that happens later when he betrays Rhaenyra. I think this is for this moment here. It's for Daemon. It's to say, hey, Daemon, this person is a traitor. Don't go with his, because they will have been concerned that Daemon, having gone through all of this life-changing stuff and learning to understand himself better, etc., etc., if somebody suddenly comes who's a respected member of Rhaenyra's inner team and says, "You know what? You should be king. I would follow you. You've got a big army here. But you should be in charge." The worry on just a normal human basis would be he's going back. He's going to return back to his old ways. And we get two things here, potentially from the Weirwood Network, to try and stop that from happening. The first thing is this traitor idea, which puts this idea in Damon's head. Okay, what I'm hearing here is a traitor. But then, secondly, we have Simon Strong, who we've already given all the flowers to already. Simon Strong calls in Rhaenyra, and he's not done this at any point in the past. Let's not forget. Damon's there basically saying, "Yeah, call me king. I'm going to go and sit on the Iron Throne." Uh, at no point during this did Simon Strong send a little message over to Rhaenyra to say, "I have this feeling that your husband's starting to get a little bit heading in the wrong direction." He only did it here when Damon hadn't even responded yet. He was concerned. So, and why are we saying Simon Strong here is connected to the Weirwood Network? Well, I he may not be as closely connected, but clearly he is living in this castle and world in which the Weirwood Network is very, very real and present, and he is not fighting against it. He seems to be the one who made Alice Rivers this replacement maester. So he's actually given her a position in the household of great respect. And in the show, what we have going on is, and I don't think this is every time, but almost every time Damon wakes up from a vision or something, who's the person who wakes him up? Simon Strong. He's the person. He knocks on the door. He wakes him up during a mealtime. Whatever it is, he's the person who interjects. So uh, if this happened some of the time, or even half of the time, you go, well, yeah, okay, fair enough. He is the Castellan of this place. Then that makes sense. But for it always to be him, pretty much, does stretch credulity and makes you wonder whether he's in on this and has some ability to kind of bring Damon back out again. We've had no evidence of it. I can't. This is very tinfoil, but the things all stack up that he is clearly not anti-Weirwood, or he would have done something about this. He is clearly supportive of Alice Rivers because he appointed her to a position of great authority, and he coincidentally is the person who is connected not more with the visions than Alice Rivers is, because he's the person who's there immediately talking to Damon as he comes out from these visions. Question from George R. Tolkien. Oh no, actually, that one I've done. Commander Ray asking about synopses of character arcs. I've done quite a few of these. You say, personally, you think Vermithor is the star of the season. I think Vermithor was fantastic. Watch out, I've got a video on Vermithor coming out at some point in the next few days as well. But a couple of character arcs that we've not talked about, but I think are very important. The first is Kristen Cole. Now, he started out as one of the most hated characters in the show. It has to be said. He's already one of the most hated characters from the book. But his arc is, I don't know whether arc is even the right way of saying it. He goes out for this battle, the Battle of Rook's Rest, and what he sees traumatizes him. You see that from the moment during the battle, he seems what we would used to be called shell shocked, is when after the dragon fight and he's there and he's kind of stumbling around looking at the devastation. He puts his hand on what he thinks is the shoulder of somebody, and it's just all dust inside. And ever since then, he's just been, he hardly looks up. He's all the time, he's cleaning his sword, sharpening his sword, and he seems to have lost all hope. He seems to be I mean, it's quite Shakespearean, really, the speech he gives in this episode, when he's basically saying the dragons are now in control and we're going to die. And I'm actually quite looking forward to it. And it's quite the arc from somebody who was actively going out there, hating on Rhaenyra, leading the charge, and now he's so down, so apathetic. The other person whose character we need to pay attention to is Jace. He starts this season. He's the heir. He's in. I mean, he doesn't make a huge impact for the first couple of episodes as a character, but increasingly he starts going against his mother, disagreeing with his mother. I mean, it's not just like the odd one or two things here, it's almost all of the time now in a really significant way. He, when she went off to see Alicent in King's Landing, he's actually the person who's there saying this that was a terrible idea in front of everyone else, telling her off in front of everyone else. And then he's moaning away like, oh yeah, she never lets me go anywhere. I think I'll go up to the twins. And he heads off against his mother's wishes and negotiates on her behalf on a mission that she was completely unaware of. That is kind of rogue behavior. And then we get the dragon seeds. Now in the book, the dragon seeds, it was his idea to try and find the dragon seeds. But here he realizes that his claim is undermined. His claim to succeed his mother is undermined by the fact that there are other bastard children, because he's a bastard child. It's not officially admitted, but he knows it and everyone else knows it. And there are now other bastard Targaryen children out there riding dragons, and some of them are riding bigger dragons than him. And so he is starting to get really quite frustrated by this. So watch out for this. There's not much more of his arc that can happen, but there's a frustration brewing there that they have been drawing out all this season. Maybe if we had 10 episodes, we would have seen how that ended, but they didn't quite end that arc. So keep an eye on it, because that is another important character arc that we've got going on. Question from Curse Ballerina. Is the human-headed dragon in the opening a Valyrian sphinx, a representation of forging the dragon bond, or a mature form of the stuff inside Area? I assume you're talking about the opening credits with the tapestry work. My feeling is that I think I know the one you're talking about, but I have to have a look at it and point at which one it is. But my feeling is that what we're looking at there is a representation of the forging of the dragon bond, which, so not just like a mature version of what was inside Area, but probably related to it. And kind of similarly, the other thing you suggested was a human-headed dragon. But is this a Valyrian sphinx? Again, possibly. They did have kind of sphinxes, and it's like the sphinx is the bringing together of different types of animals. There is a proper technical term for it, I'm sure, but a kind of a hybrid. And that is kind of what we think happened with the dragons and the Valyrians, is that they did create this, I say gene splicing, may not be the exact phrase, but within the Targaryens there are now, there's a bit of dragon DNA in there. Joe Rose, thank you very much for the super thanks. I hugely appreciate that. Martin S., what would King Viserys think of Otto Hightower if he knew Otto's actions after his death? Also, my previous super chat. Did I miss a super chat from you? I do apologize if I did. Yep. Okay, I've got that one. What would Viserys have thought of Otto Hightower? I don't think he would have been surprised. He he knew Otto was manipulative, and he knew that he wanted Aegon on the throne. So I don't think that Viserys would have been surprised by Otto being part of the team that was trying to supplant Rhaenyra. He would have been saddened by it, but I don't think he would have been surprised. In terms of sort of his other actions, the one when I thought Rhys Ifans did a fantastic job was when he gave that speech at Aegon, and we all remember he was calling Aegon all manner of names. But there was also a moment when he kind of pauses and says sort of almost to himself, I do sometimes wonder whether maybe we'd have been better off if Viserys hadn't died. And that I think is a fascinating insight. So he has turned Otto certainly turned back towards Viserys towards the end. What would Viserys have thought of that? I mean, probably he would still not have forgiven him for turning on Rhaenyra, but I think he would have appreciated it anyway. Martin S, I think this is the super chat I missed, saying, how do you think Game of Thrones early seasons would have been different if they'd had Rings of Power kind of budget, all else being equal? If they'd had Rings of Power budget is massive, biggest budget TV show ever. Really, I mean, I find this quite a hard question to answer for the simple reason that early seasons of Game of Thrones are quite low magic. So I think they wouldn't have spent lots of money on the CGI. And when I say low magic, basically we've got in season 1, you've got a little bit of the others right at the very beginning. You've got a little bit of dragons being born right at the very end. And in the middle, you get a bit of Bran visions. Now, they might have made them look a little bit better. But my kind of instinct is that on season 1, there's not much they could have done except higher quality film quality, camera quality, and possibly bigger sets. So particularly Winterfell. I mean, this isn't a moan in any way. This is just the way that these things happened. When you get places like Winterfell, they are nowhere near the size, the grandeur of what they are in the books. And that is entirely understandable for a relatively small budget fantasy TV show. They've got a castle that they used for some of the yard shots and things like that. They could have some studio space which they could use to show the insides, and they could do a little bit of sort of, I don't know what it was. CGI is probably the wrong word, but when you have the long distance shots of Winterfell far away, those things they could have just made bigger, because in the original TV show, they didn't make it look as big as it was in the books. And there are other places like so King's Landing feels a lot smaller, for example. I'm trying to think of other season 1 things. Harrenhal, they could have done a whole lot more. That felt quite in season 2. That felt quite small on the Game of Thrones TV show. They've done a job of making it look bigger on House of the Dragon, but it's still not big enough, not by a long shot. Harrenhal is absolutely massive. So yeah, if you're given it an even bigger budget, then I think you would have got bigger sets more than anything else. Joe Rose, do we know if green men can skin change? When I first saw it, I thought of the black goat that we spotted a few times. Are they one and the same? We don't know much about the green men at all. We call them men. They may well be children of the forest. And we know they have horns, but that's probably some kind of headdress that they're wearing. One would imagine, if they're closely connected with a Weirwood network, that they have kind of all magic-y kind of powers, one of which might well be skin changing. So yes, it's possible. With the goat that we see a couple of times, it's. I mean, I agree that's quite possible. That's also a small Easter egg there. I don't think they've confirmed it, but I think it's pretty obvious that you get the black goat is a reference to Margot Hote. There's at one point we get a lingering shot on 3 dogs, which is the sigil of House Clegane, and we also get a whole load of bats appearing a couple of times, which is the sigils of both House Lothston and House Went. Now, these are all houses who will later be in control of Harrenhal. So that was just a little Easter egg as much as anything else. Just having a quick flick through. I think that's me caught up in the chat. So let's go to Alhad. Greetings, Robert, and to you too. I enjoy your show's coverage. Thank you. I have one question. Which factors impacts a dragon's growth? Silverwing and Vermithor were hatched at approximately the same time, maybe a 5-year gap. Yet Vermithor is considerably larger than Silverwing, both in books and show, I guess. Similarly, Dreamfire should be much more in size than both of these dragons, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Yeah, so Vermithor was a little bit older, hatched a bit older than Alison, a couple of years or so, something like that, than Silverwing. For Alison, Vermithor is described as growing quickly and is soon the 3rd largest dragon in the land. So, what factors? We're not told the factors. We get this bit from Sir Barristan in I think A Dance with Dragons when he says, "A dragon never stops growing so long as he has food and freedom." So some of the factors are, does a dragon have food and freedom? And we certainly see the difference between Drogon and Dany's other 2 dragons. Drogon was allowed to basically roam free and eat whatever it wanted. The other 2 dragons were hid in the base of a pyramid and were fed food, but they didn't get a chance to roam widely. So I think there's something to do with genetics. As far as we can tell, some dragons are just different, and this is something they did on the TV show in terms of types of dragons. They tried to make sure that we could see that there are different types of dragons. So you get like Caraxes, Damon's one, is very kind of long and worm-like, whereas you get the Vagar, for example, is a lot more big and muscly and slow to get up into the air. So there are different types of dragon, which would seem to imply that some are just naturally bigger than others. And then do they have access to the things they need in order to be growing? Blue Boy, sorry if it's already been discussed. When are you re-releasing the Traveler's Guide series? Yeah, apologies for the slight delay on that. I'm redoing them, and they will be first appearing over on Patreon. I'll say this year. I would like to promise earlier, but I don't want to over-promise and under-deliver. I'd rather under-promise and over-deliver. And I know that we've got Rings of Power coming up, so I'll probably be quite busy during that as well. But that still leaves a little bit of time this year, so hopefully I can focus in on doing things like that. They've not gone away. Do not worry. They have gone away, but they will be back. The same for the Roberts Rebellion playlist. people ask me about that, that's also on its way back. I'm starting to drop a few or starting to rewrite a few of those videos that I think we've got all the information on them that we're going to get for a while. Wrestler. Once George has finished The Winds of Winter and released it, would you prefer he finish Blood and Fire and the Dunk and Egg stories before starting A Dream of Spring? Or try and get Dream done first? Personally, I think I'd prefer Blood and Fire and Dunk and Egg, as he can finish them quickly, and at least we'll have the conclusions for those books. Well, I mean, I love doing this. Why not? Chat, let me know. I'll let you know right now what I think, but let me know in the chat just when. Come on, gods be good. When we do get Winds of Winter, what do you want George to be doing next? Do you want Dunk and Egg? Do you want Blood and Fire? Do you want Dream of Spring? I'm not going to get into the discussion of will he finish it? How close is he? Let's say he does finish it. My instinct is, regardless of what I want, first of all, regardless of what I want, I think George R. R. Martin will need a break from trying to get his brain wrapped around all of the intricacies of A Song of Ice and Fire. And he has already said that he's very keen for the Dunk and Egg TV show not to catch up on the Dunk and Egg stories. So depending on when he finishes, that could mean that he needs to hurry up and write them. He's already halfway through one of them. He's got another one plotted out. I think he could write 2 or 3 of them quite quickly. They're a lot more self-contained than A Song of Ice and Fire. As for Blood and Fire, this is Fire and Blood Part 2. I just get the instinctive feeling that he finds that more easy to write than A Song of Ice and Fire. The way that Fire and Blood appeared, if you were around in the fandom at the time, he was there ostensibly writing The Winds of Winter, and then suddenly it was like, oh, by the way, I've written History of the Targaryen Family. And it was like, where did that come from, George? Some of it he'd previously written and released as novellas and things appearing in the world of Ice and Fire, but there was a lot of new stuff in there. And I think he enjoys that, and I think that he would happily write that relatively quickly as well. So it would not surprise me if we get Dunk and Egg, then Blood and Fire, then he goes back to work on Song of Ice and Fire. What I would personally love, probably that order, to be honest. If I could only get one, I definitely want A Dream of Spring. I want the main story finished. But if I think that I can have all 3, the order I would want them in is, I think, Dunk and Egg first, and then Blood and Fire, and then A Dream of Spring. I have a quick flick in the chat. Dream of Spring first, says Dr. Debunk. Andrew K. The Winds of Winter, then She-Wolves is the dream. Agree. Weirwood saying Winds, then Blood and Fire, then Dunk and Egg, and then Dream. Coach Ballerina, I'm all about that Blood and Fire life. Yeah. So I think I kind of get this feeling from a lot of people, that a lot of the fans, is that once we have The Winds of Winter, I think that's going to keep us going for a while. There's going to be so much in that, and if he can follow that up nice and quickly with some Dunk and Egg or something, then perfect. A Son of Ice and Fire. I know that it was extremely brief, but we did get footage of the Night of the Seven Kingdoms. We briefly saw both Duncan the Tall and Egg. What are your thoughts about them? Yeah, it was very. If you missed it, this was sort of like a mini teaser trailer for A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, which got released at the end of House of the Dragon Season 2. Now, what do I make of it? I mean, it's literally 5 to 10 seconds. We had a couple of looks of Dunk. We saw Egg. I think that was the first time we saw Egg with the hair shaved off. I don't think I've seen enough that I can comment other than what I've already commented, which is that the actors look perfect. The actors look great. And from what little I've seen of that, then it looks like the feel is right. But let's wait. So they're filming it now. They started filming it, I think, a couple of months ago. So expect it to carry on filming through to the end of this year. Then um, at that point, I think we can start to expect the first drip feeding of images and things like that. So that's the point at which I'm going to start getting more excited and engaged in it. I love Duncan Egg. I can't wait for it, but I don't think I can comment on how good it's looking just yet. Zach K, what do you think is happening on the Isle of Faces? And do you think we will see it in live action on House of the Dragon? What is happening on the Isle of Faces is the Weirwood Network is just carrying on as it was before. The Will we see it on House of the Dragon? Well, Adam of Hull will be Adam Velaryon, will land on there in the books, does land on there. I'm just trying to work out the timing of this. Possibly the end of season 3, or maybe the beginning of season 4, depending on how they iterate things. But not immediately, but certainly a little way, not at the very end of the story. He will land there for reasons unknown. He will take off from there. He will fly to a battle and he will die. And so we don't know what was going on. We don't know why he went there. We don't know why he landed. We don't know what happened. I have a feeling that we won't get much more than that on the TV show. They might show us that he gets, I don't know, harried by Vhagar or something like that and has to do a forced landing. Maybe they will give us a few more. Oh, look, who's that scurrying away there? Is that a green man? They'll show us a few of the weirwood trees, and then we'll see him take off again some point later. So, yeah, I think we will see it, but I don't think they're going to give us away huge amounts of secrets there. Cobus Hodax, good evening, Robert and Dan. Green Seers, Dragon Dreamers, and Prophecy. Helena seems to have shifted from metaphorical statements of hands weaving threads to being able to say exactly what she is seeing. Are we seeing Helena's sight change? Are the show writers mixing their magics up, or is she now a Dragon Dreamer able to see through a weirwood? So all of these things are possible. As I said, the thing which confused me the most is about this is what's going on with Helena, because we aren't given the visual cues. The one thing I would add into this that I've reflected on over the last couple of days is this Danis the Dreamer thing, which is, as I said a little bit earlier, for Danis the Dreamer to have been taken seriously by the rest of her family in House Targaryen, for them to take their entire family, everything they belong, sell everything, move away from the wider family, friends, everything they've ever known, go thousands of miles away. For all of that to happen, they had to believe her. Now, the point I was making before was that seems to imply to me that either there was a history of dragon dreams in the family, or she had a history of dreaming things which came true. There has to be some context to that, not just a waking up, yawn, stretch. I've just had a dream about this place blowing up. Oh, in that case, we're going to go. It doesn't quite work like that. The other angle, which is connected in with Helena, I think, is that in order for Daenerys the Dreamer's vision to have been taken, or dream to have been taken seriously, it has to have been quite specific. It isn't like 1,000 threads turned red, and the dragons fell from the sky. I mean, it's not going to be like that. In that, it's like, well, what does that mean? Doesn't sound good, but we're not 100%. It should be clear. When she got her dream, it had to be clear. And perhaps what we're seeing, I don't know, this is just inspired guesswork based on that logic there. Perhaps what we're seeing now is Helena maturing as a dragon dreamer, away from the point where she does just get this kind of fuzzy idea about what's happening, um, to become something where she can actually see the future. So, and you get this with the dreamers that we see, particularly in Dunk and Egg, is you get some dragon dreamers seem to be just seeing this like vague ideas about what's going on. Others, it's very clear. John the Fiddler, Damon the Second Blackfire, says he'd seen Dunk in his vision. He'd not seen like some really tall rando knight. He'd seen Dunk, specifically Dunk, which seems to imply he'd had clear visions, not the kind of metaphorical things that Helena was having in season one. He'd had clear visions of the future, as well as the slightly more metaphorical ones that he seemed to be having. So perhaps Helena is moving more towards that. Lord Medici saying, hello, Robert and Dan the dog. I feel deeply frustrated by the last few episodes of House of the Dragon. Let me explain. In my mind, there are 4 types of changes from book canon: additions, amendments, alterations, and divergences. Divergences are also direct contradictions, but they don't seem to be justified by the constraints of adapting the story to TV. And they do suppose major plot change. The latest example is Sunfire being dead. How does killing him make the story easier to tell? And what about the plot implications? Who's going to eat Rhaenyra now? And what about just erasing the fan favourite Nettles from the story? They seem completely gratuitous. Haven't the showrunners learned their lesson after the last 2 seasons of Game of Thrones? Sticking to canon as much as they can is their one job. I absolutely get the passion. I completely agree. Just on the couple of instances you're talking about, I did mention a bit earlier, just because Aegon says that Sunfire's dead, I don't think we have to interpret that as Sunfire is definitely dead. One of the key points about Sunfire's arc, if we can call it that, is that everyone just loses track of Sunfire. There's so much other stuff going on, where Sunfire, who knows? Didn't Sunfire die? Maybe. That's the kind of feel we should be getting, is that it's just gone. And they had to, in some way, they had to have Aegon name check Sunfire, or otherwise we're going to be wondering, because he's got a bond with this dragon, we're going to be wondering what's going on. And he's there thinking that Sunfire's dead. Now, as a complete digression, this adds yet another element to the whole Sea Smoke Laenor issue that we were talking about earlier on in the season, in that has maybe Sea Smoke sensed that Laenor's dead? Well, here we get Aegon saying that Sunfire is dead, and we think Sunfire's not dead, which seems to imply perhaps that that the link isn't as close as we might think. It's not like with a skin changer where the creature they walk into dies, they feel it viscerally. It's not like that. So anyway, that's a digression. And the second one, about Nettles and Rhaena, as I said, I think the first answer I gave is that I think that although we're looking 96, 97% likely that that's what's going to happen, I'm not giving up that 2 or 3% extra yet. That it is possible, if they wished to pull this back and introduce Nettles, they could still. Don't think they do want to do that, but if they did want to do that, I think that it is still possible. You could inject Nettles into the story now and it would be all okay and as it was. So what about these these changes are the big changes. Why on earth are they justifying them? George R. R. Martin did go before the season came out. He did have a little bit, and it did make me a little bit concerned at the time. He did um, do a blog post in the way that he often does blog posts, starting to talk about something else completely, and then shifted it to something that sounds suspiciously close to him commenting on what's going on with House of Dragon. Um, and he sort of comes to this uh, quite dramatic statement, something about the world these days is filled by um, writers and showrunners who think that they can improve on the source material. 99% of the time they fail miserably, or words to that effect. And I can remember I tweeted out about this at the time, saying, "Okay, well, let's put a positive spin on this. What is that 1% of times? What the times when the source material was improved on?" And actually, when you think about it, there are quite a few of them. I mean, I think I put up my first example was the original Blade Runner film, Blade Runner, the director's cut of it anyway, which is a marked improvement, in my personal view, on Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which says something because Philip K. Dick is one of my favourite writers, but I think that the film elevated it to an extra level by changing it quite a lot. And there are many other examples. Feel free to chat about that if you can come up with other examples, because there are plenty out there when you start to think of them. But George R. R. Martin, clearly in his mind, he was thinking about people making changes to original stuff and making it worse. So I think, yes, it's possible that he was thinking here about House of the Dragon. My general take is that they've not yet reached anywhere near what happened in season 8, and I think it's a very different world from what happened in season 8. Season 8, they didn't have the source material. They just had a conversation with George R. R. Martin 5 years earlier where he'd said what his current plans were for where he might be ending this. And so that's not me trying to in any way say that it was anything other than what it was. But I think that they didn't have the material to go on, so that wasn't a matter of them veering away from the source material in the last few seasons. That was a matter of them doing what they thought, within the broad confines of what George R. Martin said, doing what they thought that they would have the ending as. Here, what we've got is some gaps in the narrative, because Fire and Blood is only yay big as a book, and in that only, and I keep on meaning to actually double check how long it is, but I'm gonna guess about 150 pages is on the Dance of the Dragons, which means that if we've got, I mean, the maths is easier for if we've got five seasons, it's 30 pages per season, which is not a lot when you try and think about it. If you had 10 episodes, and that's just 3 pages per episode. The dialogue has to be completely new. A lot of the characterization has to be completely new. But they have made changes. Some of them George R. R. Martin has been very happy with. Viserys and Helena, he's been very happy with those changes. Some he clearly isn't as impressed by, like what happened with roaming dragons and what happened with Blood and Cheese. But overall, I don't get the impression that he's hating on it. Which is actually a bit of digression away from where you're going. But I think the main point I'm trying to say is that I don't think they've yet gone, for me, beyond the Rubicon. I think they are creating a different thing, which in some ways I think is better, in some ways I think is worse, but they are creating a different version of what we've got in Fire and Blood. And one final question from my patrons. I'm just having a quick flick through just to see if people did pick up on my invite to talk about things that improved from the source material, cost ballerina saying Legally Blonde, the movie, is far superior to the book. I've seen the film. I haven't. I don't know if I even knew there was a book, but that's good to know. Um, and the Warriors, says Dr. Debunk. Um, and yeah, another couple of ideas in there. But let's go to this is a Lord of the Rings question, actually, very quickly from Martin S. saying, since Gimli is not at first permitted to enter Lothlorien without a blindfold, but is later allowed after all, I wonder what criteria you think Galadriel and Celeborn used to determine who is permitted to enter Lothlorien. Or to put it another way, who in Arda would be permitted to enter if they stood outside the border of Lothlorien. Um, so, who might be allowed in? We do get an answer from Haldir, who's the elf who's sort of in charge of the blindfolding decision, and he says, "We allow no strangers to spy out the secrets of the knife. Few indeed are permitted even to set foot there." And then he says, as was agreed, I shall here blindfold the eyes of Gimli the dwarf. The others may walk free for a while until we come nearer to our dwellings down in Egladil, in the angle between the waters. So that sort of tells us the policy position is that we allow no strangers. So they would allow people that they know, people that they trust. So Legolas is okay, Aragorn's okay, Gandalf would have been okay. The rest of them, they wouldn't be as certain of. So we allow no strangers to do that, and few indeed are even permitted to set foot there. And they specifically wanted to blindfold Gimli because whereas the others, they could sort of trust the elves have long memories and don't like the dwarves much. There's a degree of ethnocentrism working there, and that's they wanted to go the extra level. It's not so much you can't see where you're going as that we shouldn't be really allowing people in here at all. So I think the answer to your question is whether they're a stranger. Have they been in there before? And Celeborn and Galadriel have said, yes, this is all good. They're allowed in. Okay, let's have a quick flick into the chat and have a quick see any more questions. KBNT, what is your theory of what could mess up Balerion the Dread? I don't know why, but I think a fire mage survived the doom. Oh, this is so in Fire and Blood, Balerion the Black Dread goes over to Valyria and then gets a big gouge in its side. I think George R. R. Martin is not going to tell us, but the implication is some horrific things survived the doom deep down underground in the mines. Just a fire mage? No, I don't think a fire mage is there able to sort of scratch away at Balerion's hide. So I think it's a nasty, gribbly monster, but one that either hasn't got wings or doesn't wish to roam like dragons. Martin S. How about Manwë, Ingwe, etc.? Yeah, so I think Galadriel would know them. I think they would be. So Galadriel obviously was over in the Western Continent in the Undying Lands, and so she is aware of these characters. So yes, I think they would be allowed when they're first. If they turned up completely unannounced, then if it wasn't in a time of war with orcs running everywhere, then I suspect what would have happened was they would sort of allow them into sort of the outer areas. Think of Lothlorien as just one big forest. Actually, there's sort of an outer forest. There's a river which forms sort of the boundary to the inner forest, and then you get the inner bit. I think they would sort of allow them in the first bit, whilst sending ahead a messenger to Galadriel and Celeborn to say, "This is who we say is there. What do we do with it? What do we do with them?" Um, Andrew K saying a fireworm. This is answering the question from a moment ago. Fireworm, it would seem they thrive in fire and depths and would have survived unchecked, quite possibly. Um, and yeah, I think with that, I will tell you. Have I done all my thank yous? I think I did. I did do a very early shout out to the moderators, but if you're in the chat, could you just tell the moderators that we've been going for like, what, 3.5 hours, something like that now? Just take my glasses off. No idea. Could be any time. But yeah, if you're in the chat, the moderators have been the people who've been making this such a wonderful experience for you. So could you show them a little bit of love? I will give my usual thanks to my patrons. I hugely appreciate your support. Thank you so much. In terms of what's coming up on this channel for the next little while, we're not going to do we haven't got a show to have a pre-show live stream for, so we won't be doing a live stream this Sunday, but I will be back next Wednesday. Not decided what I'll be doing with that one. It feels like halfway between ending House of the Dragon and starting up with thinking about more Lord of the Rings stuff with Rings of Power coming out. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll do something there next Thursday. Keep an eye out. I have got a few short videos that I did then for a while and then paused. So keep an eye out for a few more short form videos coming out. And during this period between House of the Dragon and Rings of Power, then I will keep on coming out with videos. Do not worry. So if you are watching this back a little bit later, appearing somewhere around here is a link to other live streams that I've done. Appearing somewhere over here is a link to my Patreon page. If you wish to support my channel, that is the best way to do so. But we will be back on this channel in exactly 1 week's time. So take care, everyone, and I'll see you again soon.